So, like people are still logging in. So Sarah Bartlett.
Present.
Renee Brandon.
Present.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan. Robin Hill Dunbar.
Present.
Carissa Palmer. Hadia Miller.
Here.
Good morning, Hadia. Jill Ramirez.
I'm here.
Bobby Weber.
Present.
Okay, and while I was doing roll call, did Danielle Pacifico Kogan, did she join?
Danielle will be joining us around 9:45 or 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, thank you, Kelly. And how about Carissa Palmer?
Carissa put I in the chat.
Oh, okay, Carissa's here. It looks like she's getting on. So just want to make sure before we started. Part of the roll call is kind of a technology check as well to make sure that everyone knows, Carissa, we can't hear you. Give Carissa a second to let's see. Do you see anything, Kelly? So she's here, but let's see, she's not muted on our end, right?
No, she is not. I'm going to send her the phone number in the chat box so she can call into that to try that.
Yeah, Carissa, it might be computer for audio. Maybe try calling in with your cell, but we'll give you a minute to connect with us. The world of virtual meetings. Bobby, do you want me, we know she's kind of trying to call in. Do you want me to wait until she's fully able to participate?
I thought I wouldn't get caught running off. I was having trouble.
Sorry. That always happens to me too, Bobby. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. The way my screen was, I wasn't seeing your camera. I didn't see, you weren't on my screen at that moment, so I didn't know you had stepped away. So, okay.
So will you ask
let's see if we have, yeah, let's see if she's. Carissa Palmer, are you able to?
Apparently can hear us. The question is, can we hear her?
She seemed to be able to hear us, but I think she might be trying to call in now from a different number. I mean, from a different device.
Okay, so we're all here, except Danielle, who will be joining us in not too long, 9:45. So that's wonderful. Thank you to each of you. This is such a huge commitment, and here you are. So, I was thinking, Sarah, we should be sending your children some kind of certificate or something, some kind of thank you. Anyway, tell them we really appreciate them sharing you. That's wonderful. Okay, so can we hear Carissa?
She indicated she was working on her mic, and I don't see her.
Oh, she's going to log off and try again.
Yeah.
Do you think we start with public testimony, or we should just wait?
Yeah, why don't, Bobby, since we've already started, let's, since we know she's here, she's working technology, we've got Kelly and Angela helping her with that. So Dana, could you move to the, looks like Chris is coming back on now, to the agenda, and we can maybe start going through that and check back in with Carissa.
Can you all hear me now?
Yay!
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
That's great. Okay, so the
Great.
agenda
Welcome,
today,
Carissa.
Thank you.
we're going to start with public testimony and go through the things we have in the previous days and including the program interview, and then we'll do the work sessions, taking breaks and having lunch, and we'll get through everything today. So I'll turn it over to Gwen and Dana. I think it's you now, Gwen.
Yeah, and Bobby, just a request for in our welcome and kind of our getting organized this morning. We do have a request from a committee member that I'd like to add into the agenda before we start moving to our work group. Will that be all right? Okay.
Yes.
Just note that in the agenda. So I think, so it's public testimony. Angela, are you able to review those with us?
I am. Can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So we received 6 statements of public testimony since yesterday. The first is from Autumn David. And the message says, "Dear committee, first, thank you for being on the Preschool Promise Committee. I know this work is long and difficult in these challenging days. I wanted to bring forward some concerns providers are having around the ranking of the application. I have had providers reach out to me, so I thought I would bring it to the committee during public testimony. Providers feel that some of the ranking is only about 2 sector questions alone. This allows a provider to move to a higher ranking even when the application scores were low. Providers have worked very hard on their whole application and not knowing that one section would weigh more than another. If this was going to be the case, it should have been made very transparent and maybe have had these points higher to mark that this section was more important than the whole application. Providers vary across the board from having grant writing experience to this being their first time writing a grant. Many providers have expressed concern with the scoring of their application as well. With the inconsistency in scores, this can reflect the sector plan as well. In solidarity, Autumn David, Local 132 President." Our next piece of public testimony is concern from an applicant that they don't see their application. And it says, "I was looking through here and under Clackamas County Hub. My application wasn't on there. It's Early Horizon Day School Malala and Colton Academy at Colton Grade School. Can you let me know if it got missed? Thank you." The next piece of public testimony is from Kelly Poe, the Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub Director, and it's regarding fiscal agent applications. So Kelly says, "After seeing only 5 fiscal agent applicants, Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub questions the process of serving all programs across the state requesting assistance. In the Eastern Oregon region, 6 family child care programs are requesting fiscal agents representing 38 students, not including Umatilla Morrow Head Start request for fiscal agent for 54 students. The Eastern Oregon Hub application states capacity to serve 3 to 4 programs and up to 20 students. We are concerned at the possible capacity request from the Early Learning Division. The Eastern Oregon Hub intends to continue to serve early learning programs throughout the region, whether we receive this award or not, with technical assistance, state reporting, coordinated enrollment, and professional development opportunities as we have in the past. We ask this committee for a recommendation to Director Calderon for an alternative process to assist small programs who request a fiscal agent. As it appears now, Eastern Oregon Hub might not enter into a contract as fiscal agent if awarded. We are eager to assist early learning programs in our region and to work collaboratively with the Early Learning Division to support high quality preschool. We will stay actively engaged throughout this process. Thank you for your consideration." And that was Kelly Poe. Our next piece of public testimony is from Jessica Rosengreen, who is an assistant manager of the Child Care Resource and Referral of Washington County. And she says, when listening and watching the Early Learning Program Grant Application Review Committee, I noticed that Generation Montessori Bilingual Childcare LLC is listed as a certified childcare center, but they are in fact a certified family childcare. This may be due to what they selected in their application. However, I just wanted to bring this information to you. And then two final pieces of public testimony. The first is from Zakia Ibrahim. Hello, Angela. I would like to add Education Explorers as a 5-star rated CF program. We offer infant and toddler spots, as well as evening care, early morning care, and weekend care. And then our last piece of testimony is regarding application number 504, Learning Days. It says, hi, I'm the owner of Learning Days. We have 4 locations, 2 in Hillsborough, 1 in Beaverton, and 1 in Gresham. I applied for 36 preschool promise spots, 9 at each of the 4 locations. I was directed to only complete 1 application for all 4 sites. I noted on the application the address of each site and license number of each site, except for the Gresham program. This is due to licensing pausing new licensing applications. I noticed during the grant community meeting on Thursday that all 36 spots were allocated to Hillsborough instead of only 18 in Hillsborough, 9 in Beaverton, and 9 in Gresham, the new program. And then the applicant provides an attachment for the Gresham ECC form. The site is set up and ready for its first inspection from licensing and sanitation. Please let me know if you have any questions about the spots and where I would like the 36 spots allocated. Thank you. And that is the end of our public testimony.
This is very helpful, a lot of information. Most of it, I think the staff will need time to explore. And so I am going to throw out that we give ourselves till after the lunch break to respond, and during that time staff will be able to work, and committee members. The one that I hear for us, and so everybody can be thinking about, and is I believe we have been as consistent as human beings can be in the criteria, but I think what I'm hearing in the criteria we're using, that we are putting sector alignment at the highest, and we're connecting it to overall scores. We're reserving the right to consider communities of highest need and give them higher ranking if then their scores might have given, if it's a community where we have evidence that the needs are the greatest. What I would like everybody to do over the morning is just think through how we might communicate more clearly the criteria that we are using, and so that we can address the concern that was raised about the criteria. So is that okay with everybody, that staff will have the morning to do the work, to come up with, to examine the issues that were raised, and committee members will have time to think through whether how we might best communicate this set of criteria that we have agreed on and have been applying over the first 2 days, and will continue to apply this morning, so that we're consistent. Is this way of responding to the public appropriate, feel right to committee members and to staff? Well, I mean, Um, so, okay. Does anybody?
Bobby, this is, I wanted, Bobby, I just
Go
wanted,
ahead.
so this is Gwen with the Early Learning Division. Thank you, and really appreciate the public comments. It only strengthens this process and helps bring, you know, perspectives. That's part of the I think the strength of a public meeting process. So the one thing I want to note is that all of the public comment and testimony will be submitted as part of all the information that is provided to our Early Learning Systems Director. So that'll all go in that package. All of it will also be, included with the posting of our minutes once they're approved. And so I just want to, the staff, we can work on, clarifying any of the questions if that's what the committee wants. I just want to, there might be some that might take a little more time for us to dig in. So if there's anything that we cannot resolve today, that we would be then resolving and including in our package before we did a final approval on the minutes and all the materials, if that's acceptable to the committee.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to remind people of what's happening. We're not making the decisions. This is the charge that was given to this committee was to use the variety of perspectives represented in proposed and to capture all of the thinking that went into the rankings and capture the public comments that come in as a part of the process and move it forward. But the decisions will be made by the executive. So Miriam will actually be making decisions. And all of the information, whether it comes from the public or from staff research or from the rankings that we do, will be fed into that process. So I don't know if that reminder is helpful, that exactly what we're doing. And I think the important thing is that we're very clear, that's why I think if we can think over the morning about how to articulate the criteria that we're using, Miriam will know that the rankings are based on those criteria, and she's got her pieces of information and that she will then put together to make her decisions. So does that raise any questions, or is it in alignment with what are we all having a shared understanding? Okay. One thing I realized, and I wish I had thought about this before, but well, Danielle's not on yet, but Carissa and Hadaya, because we can't see you nod your head, I don't have the body language. So sometimes today I'm going to stop and ask if you, with a picture I can see somebody's looking puzzled, or they're moving their hand or something, and so I think I'll just stop and I'm going to do it right now. So Carissa and Hadaya, is there anything you would like to, is this making sense? Is this a description, do you share this understanding of what we're doing?
Yeah, thank you, Bobby, for sharing that. And I'm sure Hadia and I will be able to, and I guess I'll speak for myself. If I have an objection or a question or a concern, I will either unmute my mic and share that, or I will leave a comment in the chat box publicly or privately. So no need to go directly to me for body language or feedback. I'll definitely, I do appreciate that though, I really do.
Thank you.
And this is
You're
Adia. I agree with Carissa.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't be calling you out. We'll be watching for the chat box, and please just break in if because we definitely
And Bobby,
value.
yes. Danielle did just arrive.
Oh, how lovely. Welcome, Danielle.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for being late.
Well, I'll tell you, on the agenda, we have just heard public testimony, and the staff will be seeing have whatever time staff can have over the morning. After lunch, we will have we'll be able to respond to some of it. All of it will be taken into account. All of it will go forward to Miriam. There was a question, Danielle, about the ranking, and so the committee members, we're going to be thinking, you know, in the back of our minds all day, have we been clear? How clearly have we articulated the criteria we're using across all the hubs, and after lunch we will confirm. It's not changing it. We're not going to change criteria in the middle of a process, but we will take one more attempt to say it clearly. Sarah?
Now, I have a question. Now, with them writing their grant, and maybe their first time writing a grant, do they have assistance? Is there assistance available to them to help them through the grant process of writing their application?
Yeah,
Dana,
I can take that. Yeah, 1 second,
Yeah.
Dana. I just want to, just since Danielle joined us after the public testimony was read, I would request that, Angela, if you could please send to all the committee members when you have a moment. I know that they were coming in right up until 9 o'clock, but if you have a chance to prepare those and just an email to send to the committee members, that would be really helpful. Thank you. So that Danielle and everyone has access to them in written form as well. Thank you. And Dana?
Yeah, this is Dana. So over the course of the RFA, there were, as the ELD, as I mentioned, like we connected with different partners to go ahead and help out across the state, whether it was the small business development centers or CCRNRs and our hubs. As a division, what we could not do, because it was a little bit outside our deal, I'll go ahead and use Renee, for example. We couldn't go and say, hey, Renee, your hub, can they help write the grants? Because just in hearing some of our partners felt that was a little bit more of a liability. Like, let's say that Renee help, Bobby with her application, she doesn't get in. So there were some concerns about liability. So as the state, I think our big task was to go ahead and ensure that we connect with people. Our CCRNRs did a wonderful job at, either printing out the applications for them, because the packet was pretty big, opening their computer labs, helping with that, just like questions. A lot of it, we had an RFA helpline here at the ELD available on Saturdays and on Wednesday evenings. So we were always available to just kind of help the applicant understand some of the questions. But as far as like writing, that was outside of we couldn't really establish those processes. What we did say to applicants though, especially for those that share some concerns about the grant writing, were two things that seem to ease some of the concerns. One is that we didn't have a minimum amount of words for the answer. So the answer could be as concrete as possible or as extensive as possible. So that seemed to reduce that. There was a maximum of 1,000 words per answer, but there was no minimum. And then the other one, so they could be as concrete as possible. And then the other one was that we were going to go ahead and put them in groups. So they weren't necessarily, we weren't going to have, for example, race or family, in the same group as, maybe another entity with like a grant writer or something like that. So that seemed to ease up. So I think the process that we're doing right now by having these 3 groups, allow for that, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Another opportunity that we had is that we allow the applications to be submitted in Spanish. So that helped a lot of applicants to be able to just feel comfortable. So just in reviewing some of the Spanish, we had some pretty large, intense Spanish, applications that we receive, and I think we can see that. So those were some of that resources that we had. I know our hubs did a wonderful job either connecting the applicant to resources or developing. I'll go ahead and I'm looking at Renee, so I'm just going to use Renee for example. So for example, in their hub region, they were able to collaborate, like the hub, the CCRNR, and the Small Business Development Center. So it was like this tri-force that they use in to be able to go ahead and help that applicant with the business acumen part of the application, the program, just even the technology. So each hub region, was able to go ahead and develop those relationships. So yeah, but I know I went a little bit more than probably what you asked, but we went a lot more because we really, there is no way that we could go ahead and set up like grant writers per se. But so yeah.
But at least that there was some assistance. It wasn't like, here's a packet, fill this out. There's no assistance. Okay, that helped me with a lot of the decision that I had made when I was doing the review and or the voting and stuff. Okay, thank you, Dean. I appreciate that.
Another piece that became a very helpful tool for applicants was the frequently asked questions. So a Q&A that was updated and uploaded every Friday during that grant process, available in English and in Spanish. In that one, I think compared to our other grants that we have open, we made it all the way to like 94 questions throughout the RFA. So, I mean, we were getting lots of questions and just clarifying. So that became a really handy tool. And we push very hard on that Exhibit F and say Exhibit F is what our reviewers are going to be using to go ahead and score. So we try to let the applicant know, like, here's the application and here's the scoring, guys. So, but, I'm always of the mind that we're learning so much. Lots of learning. I feel very, I think as a division, we did things that, were outside, like the helpline and all of this stuff. So there's always room for the next go around and even adding more of those services. So thank you.
Thank you, Dana and Gwen. I wanted to know, is this a good time to bring up a committee member concern?
Yeah, was that Carissa?
Yes.
Yeah, and it is. I did make a request to the chair that there was a concern that was brought up, and I think before we get into our conflict of interest statement, we wanted to address that. And Bobby, is this an okay time to address the
sounds perfect.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So I'll open it up, and then so yesterday we were contacted by Carissa Palmer with a request, and the request was by the member was that Carissa would like to change her vote that she gave on the early learning multnomah package, I guess I'll say, the recommendation of prioritization. Carissa yesterday voted in affirmative, and she's requested that she change her vote to an abstention. And so I worked last night and checked to see what are the procedural manner in which we can go about this as a committee. And so this is sort of how the process will go. So you've heard the request. Carissa will be able to provide a little bit of detail, or as much detail as you want, Carissa, as to the request. And then what Bobby will do is Bobby will put it to a vote, and whether the committee members would like to accept that request and grant it, or if you do not want to accept your committee members' request. So, and so I think with that, Carissa, would you like to share your request and the reasons and rationale?
Yes, I will, and I'll try to be brief. So yesterday morning, I did reach out in a private chat requesting to change my vote to abstain. First thing is I did not realize that I could vote and abstain. The primary reason is because of what I've heard in the public comment is I just want to, yesterday I felt as if the priority populations and geographic regions, I'm just not 100% sure if it remained focused on those particular areas when we were in the top portion of the Multnomah, more so certified child care center. So yesterday evening, I had a chance to speak with ELD staff, and yes, it was mentioned that I would be able to bring this to the committee, and I do not want to, by no means, change the ranking. However, due to the sector plan, priority populations, and geographic regions, I would like to move to change my vote from yes to abstain.
Thank you, Carissa. So that we now have a request for the committee to vote on, and the request is to move Carissa Palmer's yes vote for early learning Multnomah from to abstention, and I don't think we need a second on this. My understanding is we just now vote, and so each of you, Gwen will call the roll. Each of us will vote yes or no, and or
Robin has a question first. I see Robin has a question first.
Sorry, Bobby.
Oh, first, can I just finish the sentence? Because I'm not really sure of this, because I've never been through this process. But we will vote yes, no, and I don't think we can abstain. I think our vote has to be a yes or no. So I just want to get that process clear, and then Robin. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah, we would need for the request to be accepted. When I look through the procedural rules, that it needs to be a unanimous acceptance, and if it's not, then we would need to then open it up and discuss more, or it would go to a no, it's not accepted. So
Rob,
it needs to be unanimously accepted, or it's not accepted. So if there's any abstention or a no, it's my understanding that then we're not able to accept the request.
okay. Thank you. Robin?
I just wanted to hear a little bit more to try and understand if it was, if there was any, if it would have influenced the thinking that you have, would it have influenced the rest of our decision making? And I think that was the section I missed most of, but I did read some of the notes from that time period in Multnomah. But anyway, I just found myself needing to hear a little bit more from you about your, was it questioning the decision making about the geographic area priority population?
Yeah, thank you, Robin. It was, I was very much so more conscious and aware of priority populations and geographic regions as we continued the ranking and voting process thereafter. And again, as I mentioned, I did not know that I could abstain, but my voting thereafter was with the full knowledge that I could, yes, vote no or abstain. So as far as everyone else is concerned, I don't know if that would influence you. However, that's how I felt about Multnomah in those two areas on the sector levels, priority population and geographic regions. And what I was reading is that those priority areas were East Portland, Gresham, Troutdale, North, and Northeast Portland. So yeah, just things that I was thinking about.
Bobby, I want to read the statement because I think that this will help in regard to the procedural, because it is a little different with us doing virtual. So I think that this will help, and we just need to kind of come to an agreement as a committee, or you all need to come on how we'll do this. So it says, when a unanimous consent is required to grant a request, it doesn't mean that members must actually vote in favor of the request for it to be allowed. Usually the presiding officer, the chair, will simply ask whether there is an objection, and hearing none, pronounce the request approved. The absence of an objection doesn't always signify that all members support a request. So I think the challenging thing for us is we're not all in the same room. And so doing a virtual meeting, for us to sort of call the vote, it will probably need to go through the members, but I think this helps members to recognize that you don't have to necessarily vote. And so you can, because if we were all in a meeting room together and Bobby were to call for a vote and simply ask whether there's an objection. So I think we'll have to go one by one and just see if there's any objection. But other than that, I don't think people have to vote yes or abstain. It's an objection that would be needed to be captured.
I want to clarify. So you'll call the roll and we will say no objection or objection. That's what,
I think so.
Each of us
yep.
will say
Yep.
no objection or I object. Is that
right? And I think you can also say no, like you can abstain. You can say, because and if we were all in a room together, somebody not objecting doesn't necessarily mean they, it's no objection or objection. I guess that's fine.
Because
sorry, working it through too in a virtual setting.
I don't want to put a trip on us, but we have to be unanimous, you said? So
this is the tricky thing I think about a virtual meeting is unanimous consent is required. It doesn't mean that all members must actually vote in favor. See, that's the trick. I think for us in this setting, it's difficult for us to have someone on the committee who just chooses to not speak to the request, because we do need to, in order for our public record, to have a way to document the vote. If we were all in a room together, we would only be looking for someone who says, I object. And so I think that might be the most appropriate way, Bobby, for us to handle this, is that we can go through the committee members and they can just say, I object, or and they can say no response needed, or because it's really just the objection that needs to be documented. Because
so,
the absence of an objection doesn't always signify that member support. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so operationalizing what you said, I'll call the question and you will ask each one of us and we'll say objection or no objection. Or objection, or just say nothing. I'm not sure.
You can say you can say pass. You could say pass, right? You could say pass. You have some choices. You could say no objection or pass, right? Like, but I think it's sort of a because if we, like I said, if we were all in a group, those who were silent and weren't objecting doesn't necessarily mean they're abstaining or that they're throwing in a yes vote. So I think that that's the challenge with this. So I think it's a I object, or you could say no objection, or you can say just pass. And so I think that either one of those three are probably, I think the best way for us to try to do this in a virtual setting.
Right. So
we don't have Robert's rules on these type of things. So
we're
challenging in some ways.
Another COVID. Okay. All right. Then I'm calling the question of committee approval of Carissa Palmer's request to move her vote from affirmative to abstention. Gwen?
All right. Sarah Bartlett?
Mm, no objection.
Okay. Renee Brandon,
No objection.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan, Danielle, if you're there, we can't hear you.
No objection.
Robin, no, thank you, Danielle. Okay.
Thank
Robin
you.
Hill Dunbar,
No objection.
Carissa Palmer,
No objection.
Hadia Miller,
No objection.
Jill Ramirez,
No objection.
Bobby Weber,
No objection. So, Carissa, your vote is changed. Thank
All right,
you,
thank you.
everybody. We all learned something. a new trick to put in our bag. Okay. We now move to conflict of interest for today.
all right, so today,
I'm sorry.
I hope all the community, yeah, Robin.
Oh, so you're not going to ask? Never mind. I thought you were going to ask if we had the conflict of interest today.
Are you ready for that, Robin? I'm ready too. So I think all of you have, this is our third day together, all of you are familiar with the statement of a partial conflict of interest or an actual conflict of interest. And so based on the regions that we will be reviewing today, I will ask each committee member if they have identified either a partial or an actual conflict of interest that they would like to make us aware of. All right, so is it okay, Bobby, for me to go through the list now and check for this? Okay. Yes, please. So Sarah Bartlett.
I have potential conflict of interest with Polk County.
Thank you, Sarah. Renee Brandon.
Yes, I believe I have an actual conflict of interest for Southern Oregon. So I would like to provide information on sector plan questions and any geographical questions that come up, but I would abstain from ranking or voting.
Thank you, Renee. Danielle Pacifica Kogan. Danielle, do you have any potential or actual conflict of interest today that you've identified?
No conflict.
Thank you, Danielle. Robin Hill Dunbar.
I am going to abstain from voting, but would like to have be a part of the conversation for South Central, just as Ford Family Foundation has multiple grant partners. That may be a potential conflict. It's not a direct conflict, but it just seems that I would have a bias, but I will certainly give input on the region and the topics.
Thank you, Robin. Carissa Palmer.
No conflict of interest.
Thank you, Carissa. Hadia Miller.
No conflict.
Jill Ramirez.
I have an actual conflict of interest with Marion and Polk, and also with Southern Oregon. And I have a potential conflict with South Central, but I will be able to, with all three of them, participate in the discussion, just not participate in the ranking and scoring for Marion, Polk, and Southern Oregon Early Learning Services.
Thank you, Jill. And how about Bobby Weber? Okay.
May I ask a quick question? since there are different people who have potential or actual conflicts of interest for different hubs in this part of the process, does that complicate the actual number of people who can vote in the end? And will that vote be, because it seems like for some of the hubs, there might be only like 3 people voting in this section. So I just want to kind of figure out if we rise to the level of having enough people to appropriately vote.
Right.
Well, my
so,
notes
good question, Danielle.
Two actual for Southern Oregon. What are you showing? So that would leave 6 of us to vote. Why don't you, you have the official, why don't you tell us how many people will be able to vote in the hubs that we have conflicts to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. So let's see, I don't have the list. Amy, can you go back to the agenda for a second, please, on the slides? Sorry, that would be helpful.
Gwen, would you like me to address this? I do have it in the meeting minutes.
Sure. Why don't I'll go through it, Kelly, and you can confirm. You tell me if I got this right, okay? So Lane, there have been no potential or actual conflicts identified. For Marion and Polk, there is a potential. So potentials are able to participate fully and vote. And then we have for no conflicts for Benton Lincoln. Go ahead.
With Marion and Polk, we have an actual conflict as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to look down further for Jill. Sorry. Yes, so we have a potential in Marion Polk and an actual. Thank you very much, Kelly. See, that's why I need your help. And then, so maybe you're right. Maybe you should take it over. But no one identified conflict, partial or actual, for Lynn, Benton, Lincoln counties. And then in South Central, I had a one, not an actual potential, but Robin was preferred to not vote. So that's one there. And then we also have a potential with Jill in South Central, but that doesn't refrain her from being able to vote.
Correct.
And then I think for Southern, it was one. I have a 2. We have Renee that has an actual, and also Jill that has an actual. So that's 2 actuals. So there would be 2 members not voting on Southern. So that would still leave us with the 6. So, and so that would be sufficient for us to move forward.
So there's no
requirement
for this committee. So
No.
we think more what you're getting at, Chris, is kind of the ethical. Are there enough of them? And certainly 6 of 8 is enough. I mean, that would even exceed a quorum requirement. So we're going to exceed the quorum requirement, and which we don't even have. Renee?
Right.
I just wanted to note that during each day, some of us have had scheduling conflicts as well. So just layering that in, that there could also be some members not present during various times of the day.
And I think, Bobby, what I'd recommend is, since we do not have any quorum requirements for this committee, that if at any point in the day the committee feels that there aren't enough members, I think it would be a decision of the group as to whether they would postpone a vote until more members were present. But that is, I would say, like I said, that would be the committee's decision, I think. But since we do not have quorum requirements, you know, that's, but I think to Danielle's point was just making sure that we had enough eligible voting participants. Is that correct, Danielle?
Yes, correct.
So, Chris wrote that we're able to succeed. We will have some absences today, and if at any point anybody feels that it would be preferable for us to delay, I think it should come up for conversation.
Mhm.
Okay. If anyone has any questions about conflict of interest, once we're through that, we'll start moving into the actual process. Okay, Dana, let's go. Dana, we can't hear you.
Yeah. Dana, we can't hear you.
No, Dana, I'm sorry.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, we're here, so we may not want to use the phone then. Alrighty then, so once again, for those who are joining us from the public, I'll go over just a quick overview about Preschool Promise and really the reasoning behind this meeting and some timelines, and then we'll go ahead and get right into our work as we have a couple hubs that we need to go ahead and do some ranking and some work. So we'll go ahead and get started. So Preschool Promise is a publicly funded program serving families at or below the 200% poverty level. So for this application, we're looking for providers who can go ahead and help us serve children ages 3 and 4 starting in September. So we're looking for an expansion of 3,865 children. Currently, we are serving 1,333 children in 9 of the different hub regions across the state. So we're looking to go ahead and expand across the state into all 16 hub regions. So during this process, we're going to be looking at each hub individually. We're going to take a look at their sector plan, some of the application requests. So just for our timeline, we take a look here. So for our timeline, for those members of the public, we're right here. This is our last day for review committee meetings. These are made available to the public, and during this process, our review committee is setting up some ranking for applicants based on the scoring criteria, on the sector planning, and just really combining a lot of our review committee's knowledge and expertise as we, take a look at this Preschool Promise applications. Really all with the goal after, we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about next steps at the end of our work sessions, but really with the goal is that we will go ahead and make our final decisions by June 5th. And there is an appeal process on June 19. Our review committee members are not part of that appeal process, with the hopes of having a grant executions agreement executed on July 1st. So children can start services in September of 2020. After today, all of the materials and everything will go to our ELD systems director to go ahead and start looking at all of the rankings, all of the information that has been collected up until now. One thing is that as we're doing this review committee meetings, per our RFA, applicants must be in good standing. So we do have another group doing a compliance checks on all of the applicants as far as like the Office of Child Care and any of that. So there's another group that's also doing a compliance check on all of the applicants as well. So we want to let the public know of that as well. So with that being said, during these work sessions, we use a couple of different tools for our review committee. One of them is the Early Care and Education Sector Plan developed by each of the hubs. We do have applications available in their independent score, so at any time per the review committee's request, we're able to go ahead and pull up an application and actually read through some of the application if there's some questions or we need a little bit more clarification. So all of the applications and materials have been made public. and they are available for the public too. We are also using what we call a GIS map, and that map looks into the hub region and is able to kind of pinpoint how far, how close some of the preschool promise sites. During this process, what we learned is that, you can have an applicant that's requesting for 4 sites. That map will actually show us where those sites are going to be located across that hub region. Then what we're using to really dive into our work is our summary. So with our Preschool Promise application, we have summarized all of the information for our committee members. And what we're using is some workbooks where we're actually diving into the scoring and all of that. I mentioned this a little bit ago. So as we're looking, there were several different eligible applicants for Preschool Promise. So we have separated them. So all of the eligible applicants are right here. We have registered family, certified family, certified centers, community-based organizations, school districts, and so on. So we have actually put them into 3 different groups. This is in an effort to go ahead and do some sector plan alignment and also for equitable opportunities for potential funding. So as we dive into the workbooks, you're going to go ahead and see that we have group 1, group 2, and group 3. And these are all of that types of eligible applicants that are going to be found in that group. Parent choice is super important during this process. So we do take some time to actually go through a little bit of that sector plan and just take a look at what were some of those hard recommendations of what they were hearing from parents too. During our work sessions, really the task for a review committee is to review all the materials that we presented to them, discuss and rank and vote on those rankings. And as our chair mentioned, these are just recommended rankings. Really the final award decision will be made by our director, our ELD director. So it's a pretty 4-step process: review, discuss, rank, and vote. And, as ELD staff, we're really just here to go ahead and ensure that our review committee has all the tools and information necessary to go ahead and guide their decision making in that ranking. And during today, we are going to be reviewing the applications for the fiscal agent. It is too much information to absorb right now. So we're actually going to come back at the end of the day to go ahead and share a little bit of information to our review committee about the fiscal agent. But with that, we can now move into our actual hub work sessions. And we will go ahead and get started with Lane County. Are we ready to move to Lane County? Thumbs up, okay.
I think so. Dana, the only question I have is, should we review the principles, especially since the question came up of our criteria come out of our principles. I thought it might be good to review those again.
Definitely. Let me go ahead and pull them up real quick. My apologies. We totally skipped that one. So just a second. Thank you for that reminder. Let me bring it up real quick. And can you guys see the screen in the principles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Go away, Bobby.
Okay. So as I've said the first 2 days, so I'll go quickly, but the committee was purposefully selected to represent a very diverse set of perspectives. And in our preparatory meetings, we some of those different perspectives became clear, and we so what we ended up doing to guide us was to come up with a shared set of principles that that were agreeable to everybody, and here they are. We believe that this is an experience, knowledge, and expertise. The committee make it stronger and more valuable for the process. We recognize there's an opportunity for improvement of the application process, and we'll focus on equity while participating in the process. We trust that the sector plans provided were created with due diligence to accurately reflect the priorities of different populations and are useful tools to guide our decision making. And we're committed to ensuring children who experience the greatest barriers to accessing high quality early learning opportunities are at the center of guiding the process of prioritizing applicants for funding. And the criteria that emerged from as we started the process were we were trying very hard to match these principles. In fact, we've been trying to have these principles guide our work, and for the last 2 days and again today. So, thanks, Dana.
Thank you. Alrighty, well, let me go ahead and just bear with me while we switch screens here and we get ready here. So just a moment. So we'll go ahead and get started. So on your screen, you should now see our, let me take a look here, Lane Early Learning Alliance. So this is our hub and they cover the county of Lane. And so it's only one county. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and start with our summary, our application summary that we're presenting here. With this hub summary, we currently do have Preschool Promise in this hub region. We have 189 slots. We're looking to go ahead and add an additional 75 to 150 slots, making that a total between 264 to 339 with our expansion. As far as slots being requested here, we have a total of 620 slots. So definitely lots of interest in becoming a Preschool Promise provider in this region. The first group that we have is just our certified child care centers, and we have 3 in different cities. So what you will see when we're presenting hubs that only have they're only serving like one county, is that we have we were able to go ahead and add the city name for that specific applicant there. The other group is going to be composed of our certified family and registered family. We have a total of 11 applicants in this category. Some of them, as you can see, once again for reference, the ones who are highlighted in purple, those are current providers. And then if they're just black, then it's not a current provider. In this case, we don't have the hub applying as a provider, so you're not going to see any green. It's just really the purple, the signaling the current Preschool Promise provider. In our next group, we have 8 applicants in this group. Most of them are actually current Preschool Promise providers. So we'll go ahead and, just giving you a nice little preview of the work group, of the worksheet, and then we'll go ahead and come back in a little bit. So what I'll go ahead and do is let me go ahead and open their sector plan. As we mentioned, there was a lot of great work done by our hubs and gathering some data in community and talking to their different committees and parents, and really try to go ahead and get to what is it that parents are looking for in their hub region. They were able to go ahead and identify some priority populations. So I'll go ahead and go over that real quick. So I'm just giving you a summary. First priority population is children of color. In that geographic region is in the metro area, North Lane, South Lane, East Lane, and West Lane. Second per population, children who are emerging bilinguals. And this were actually in the Bethel School District, Eugene School District, Springfield School District, Junction City School District, Crestwell School District, Siaslaw, and my apologies if I'm not enunciating that properly, School District, and South Lane. Then we have children with special needs, and that's on a regional geographic priority. Children ages 0 to 2, once again regional, and children who live in rural or geographically isolated communities. And as far as the priority on that geographic region is all communities outside the Eugene and Springfield metro area. I'm not gonna able to read all of the family preferences, so we'll just go ahead and grab a couple. It says here more racially and ethnically diverse providers, flexible days, more highly qualified providers that are culturally and linguistic competent. We have some additional considerations such as safety, security, cleanliness of the environment, ECE programs connected to a school, safety, security, or other words that keep coming up. More providers to choose from, less time on wait lists is what our parents are saying there in Lane County. Support for exclusive breastfeeding or bottle feeding for providers and families there, safety and security once again. So as we can see, here are some of the priority populations for Lane County. Are there any questions, or is there any, you want me to make it bigger? Any questions before we move into the map? No? Okay, we'll move right into the map here. Just a moment. So what we have here, let me take a look here. Let me go ahead and make it a little bit larger. Once again, we're going to go ahead and focus our attention to this fluorescent line. So that is the area the Lane Early Learning Alliance covers. As we can see from the applicants, lots of applicants here in this area. We do have one all the way out here, which is Dorena Preschool Promise in Dorena. So is there any, take a look here, is there any areas where the review committee want me to zoom in, zoom out, or any questions as far as what you're seeing here?
Dana, was there anything over at the coast? I know there's some really remote parts of Lane County that are represented over by the coast. Mapleton, okay.
Yeah, I don't, yeah. I think the one kind of
Looks
going
like
that way.
Bonita is about as close as you're going to get, right in there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this one right here, Bonita. Yep. So we only have one. That's the closest one. Any other questions? And we can always come back to the map. I think what we have found in previous days is as we're looking into the worksheet is like, wait a second, can we go back and see who was over there? So what I'll do right now is we're going to go ahead and just dive into our workbook and go ahead and develop some of this ranking. So we'll go ahead and start with group 1. As I mentioned, as the certified child care centers. So applicant number 24, we have early education program. They are an entity that is offering to go ahead and do transportation. They're actually asking for 4 different sites, 80 slots. And their sites are going to be in Eugene and Creswell cities. They're coming in, they are, go ahead.
Can you blow it up a little bit? I can't see anything. Pretty please. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no. Does that work?
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. No, thank you. I'm able to see it here big, so please, let me know if you can see it. So that is the current preschool promise provider. Their score was 239 of 275, and their ECE sector planning was 4.3. The other 2 applicants are new to preschool. They're not a current preschool promise provider. We have McKinsey Montessori Institute, 1 site, 45 slots, 187 of 225, with a 3.7 average on the ECE sector plan. Then we have Neverland Nursery School and Pre-Kindergarten LLC, 1 site, 36 slots. This will be in Springfield. 168 of 225 with a 3.5. So we only have 3 certified child care centers. So I'm going to turn it over to Bobby so she can open the discussion. We're going to, for those members of the public, what we do is that we rank each group first separately, and then the committee will go ahead and make a vote on the entire workbook. Okay, Bobby?
Thank you. I'll start with a clarification question before I open it for discussion. I assume that's Eugene Cresswell, and since they're asking for 4 sites, they are ranging somewhere between Eugene and Cresswell. Is that an accurate assumption?
No,
Okay.
that is correct. So they're proposing that those sites will be in Eugene and Cresswell. I'm not sure like how many on each city, so we can always pull it up if you want.
Well, okay. That I just wanted to be sure I was understanding. Okay, wide open for comments, questions, proposed rankings. Renee?
My initial thoughts are that the ranking as it's presented makes some sense to me, especially noting the first one also does serve Cresswell, and Cresswell was called out under one of the emerging or one of the priority populations emerging bilinguals, as was rural communities. So that seemed to make a lot of sense to me to kind of follow the way that it was laid out for this first grouping.
Okay.
Dana, I'm wondering if you could go back to the map real quickly. I need to know where Siuslaw is, and I was wondering if it was near Cresswell.
No, Siuslaw is going to be out. So I think Robin's question earlier, it's going to be west Lane County, so west of Bonita. If you're heading towards like Mapleton, Florence, Siuslaw, that's sort of that. Yeah, it's sort of. I'm trying to think. It would be west of Bonita, west of sort of in that last kind of like 20 to 40 miles. You know, like the 20 miles before you hit the coast. Robin, would that be your understanding of the geography?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I didn't see it, so I was.
Okay.
Well, we have a possible ranking 1, 2, 3. Maybe people can weigh in. Does that reflect your thinking, Robin?
I was just going to agree with Renee that with what we have in front of us, the information that ranking that it's currently in makes sense.
I agree.
I agree to that as well.
I agree.
If there's no objection to that ranking, we can move on to the next, but let's give a minute. Anybody object to 1, 2, 3?
I don't reject.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Then we're on to home-based.
Alrighty, so we have our second group, which is composed of certified family child care and registered family child care. We have quite a group here. So we have a total of 11 applicants. So 1 to 11, we'll be looking for a ranking. It looks like 2 are offering transportation, so we'll go ahead and go with that in a little bit. We have 3 current preschool promise providers. We have Little Wonders Childcare and Preschool for one side, 15 slots in Springfield, 259 of 275 with a 5.0 on the sector plan. Picket Fence Preschool, one side, 11 slots in Junction City, 239 of 275 with a 4.0. And then we have Ellie's Preschool and Daycare, one side, 12 slots, Cresswell, 219 of 275 with a 2.8 on the ECE sector plan. And then we have some new providers, new applicants, sorry, Sunshine Preschool and All Daycare. They are interested in one side 14 slots in Eugene, 212 of 225 with a 4.8 on the sector plan. Little Lamb Daycare, one side 9 slots Eugene, 172 of 225 with a 3.8 average there. Then we have Mariella's Daycare. They are proposing to do transportation, one side 15 slots in Springfield, 167 of 225 with a 4.0 on the ECE sector plan. Loving Care, they're one side 10 slots, Eugene, 139 of 225 with a 3.2. Then we have Manzanita Bilingual School, one side 6 slots. This is a registered family childcare in Eugene, 137 of 225 with a 3.8. And then we have Silly Billy's Childcare. They are proposing to do transportation, looking for 6 slots in Pleasant Hill, 136 with a 2.0 on the sector plan. La Esperanza Daycare, 18 slots for one side. This is a registered family childcare. So need to go and look at that one, and that's in Springfield, and that's 129 of 225 with a 3.0. And then our last one is La Escuelita Childcare LLC. This is a certified family, 5 sites, 86 slots. They're proposing to go ahead and distribute their sites in Eugene and Veneta. They average 89 of 225 with a 3.5 on the ECE sector plan. So that's what we have for our second group. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. If there are any clarifications, gentle reminder there, we do have access to the applications. If at any time you want me to pull up, just let me know once that we'll go off of the name or that application number. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby.
I have a question about 332 La Esperanza. I'm wondering if there's a typo. She says registered in 18 slots. Even if she were certified, she couldn't have 18 slots, even if she served all preschool promise. So I'm wondering if there's a typo. And maybe she asked for 8 slots or something.
Well, let's take a look here. Let me go ahead and open up their application real quick. So we have one site. Let's look here. So we have 18 there. They did list themselves as a registered family. So it looks like it's actually, no, that is what this applicant put on their application.
They also list themselves as a relief nursery type. Do you think that is like because they do respite care, maybe but is that accurate as well?
On this one, great observation. Our application was translated in Spanish, and this is Spanish application. And when we translate relief nursery in Spanish is guardería, which I think that, I think some of our small providers, they consider themselves like guardería infantil, which is kind of similar to a relief nursery, although we know relief nursery a little bit different. So because we notice a lot of our registered family setting up themselves as relief nurses, so we're thinking that's probably like a translation. So what we did is that we went off of their license, which in this one is an RF. But they requested 18, so I think we can go ahead and make a note for that one now.
Yeah, it might have been an interpretation of the options that you could choose there. It said, other was 18. So, sometimes people
When we
Dana,
get
are
to,
you-
when Miriam gets, oh,
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
this is when I was just going to indicate, you know, we were trying with preparing the forms, really trying to represent the applications as they were submitted to us. And so some of this where there might not be alignment between provider type and slots requested. Just a reminder that, you know, once Miriam, you know, once our early learning system director is making the recommendation for funding and slot allocation, I think some of this will be worked, you know, obviously we'll need to get worked out. But thank you for bringing it up and raising the question, because it helps us know where we need to then go back and double check things. So thank you.
Other observations, comments, possible rankings?
I have a possible ranking right now, but I'm completely up for discussion to change. But so far I have as number one is Little Wonders. Then I have Sunshine Preschool, Picket Fence Preschool, Marila's Daycare, Little Lamb Daycare, Mandadita Bilingual.
Hold on. Okay, and then Manzanita 6, right? Okay.
Yes. And then Love and Care.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Which one?
Love and Care is number 7. La Esperanza is number 8. Then it's La Escuelita. Is that correct? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Okay. And then the next one would be the Silly Billy's Childcare. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Ellie's Preschool and Daycare. And then Silly Billy's Childcare. So Silly Billy's would be before. Yeah, so that would be, that's correct. That's so far what I have.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, Robin, go ahead. I won't forget.
I was just going to ask Sarah to talk a little bit more about her ranking. In particular, the Ellie's is already a preschool promise, and I see that their ECE sector plan was lower, but to be down at 10, I would just like to hear a little bit of your thinking around that.
So I was going off with the sector plan first, and then I was looking at their points, but I also was looking at the fact of what their score was for the range for the max score, and that's how I was ranging it out for right now for possible ranking.
Well, this is Bobby, and that was the one that I think I disagree with, because 219 of 275, that's 80% of the possible. That's a high ranking. I don't think, I wouldn't be comfortable with a 10 for somebody who got that high an average score. So anyway, Renee, Renee and then Gwen.
Okay. From what I know about Cresswell, it's a pretty rural, isolated community. And when I look at the 5 priority populations that Lane identified, it's possible that they cannot serve all of those populations just because not all of that diversity is represented in Cresswell. And so the sector score portion may have been rated lower because from what I'm looking at with the sector plan, Crestwell was called out for emerging bilinguals, and it does fit the rural community, but they may not have been able to speak to those other priority populations that are not present in Crestwell.
Gwen, you had your hand, you were starting to tell us something.
Nope, it was just I was trying to help Bobby moderating, just making sure that Renee was unrecognized after.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Need all the help I can.
I also have concern about Crestwell being that low because of it being geographically remote as well and serving, low-income children.
Yeah. That's a high score they got. I for sure, in my mind, they can't be a 10.
So where would we move them to?
I suggest that they actually are in the top 5. It's a current provider and they have, the ELD gave extra points for current providers and I felt like they must have had a reasoning around that. And so in my mind, if they're a current provider, they get the extra points, and so that's where they sit there. That's why I've also liked the percentage conversations, because it helps us see the quality of their application. But I still do put them high in the ranking because of their current status. So
they're higher. The one that's currently ranked 5. They only got 76% of their possible score, so they're higher than them, I think.
How about if we put them as 4? Ellie?
Well, what I'm gonna do, review committee, because it's a larger number, so I don't want to. I want to make sure we don't, mess things up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move that ranking to this second column here, and then we can I just don't want to lose track. So then if we do we still want to keep Little Wonders a number 1?
Or if we could come up with the top 5,
okay,
maybe to start with, and see where we get from there.
Okay, so give me your top 5.
Maybe my top 5 would be Little Wonders 1. Sunshine 2. Picket Fence 3. And Ellie's Preschool 4.
Okay.
And then it's maybe Mariela's. Let's go with Mariela. She provides transportation. She's in Springfield. She had a 4 point on her sector score. Her other score was slightly lower, but maybe her as number 5.
Okay.
Mariela.
Okay. So I think we can, to make the process here easier, maybe we take it in chunks. So this is your top 5. So maybe discussion for this top 5.
Why don't people weigh in on it? That matches what I had put on my.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then we would put number 6 would be for the Little Lamb, being close with the Mariela's daycare.
I just wanted to make a comment before we keep adding from 6 on. is there's only a couple that are registered family, and I think I made this point yesterday that family choice might, so in my mind, the richness of the different settings is really important. And so I'm not saying to add one of those higher or lower, I'm just making the point that there are only 2 registered, and that the potentially, we don't have in front of us, but we could look each one up. Potentially we have some that are bilingual, one's called bilingual, and I know that there was a reference to the application being translated, so from those notes, and I would assume that a few of these might have a priority population as the bilingual that was in the sector planning. And so if those that have that going for them as a positive aren't reflected in scores because of their application score, I just want to bring it up to the group to be considering. I'm not making a suggestion that they move up based on that, but it seems like we don't want to forget to consider that in the ranking, that they may be a priority population that doesn't show up in the score.
I have a question about the certified family number with La Escuelita childcare. There are 5 sites and 86 slots. Does that pencil out mathematically for, this is more of a Bobby kind of question, I think. I mean, can a certified family have 86 slots with 5 sites?
Well, no. So maybe it's, yeah, they could only have 80. And that's if every slot was preschool promise and they didn't have anybody else. So it seems like that should be handled the way the other one was handled, is the committee, is a note that the committee noted there's some, something to be looked into, that we were struck. And
Okay, so I pull out their application, but what I'm hearing you say is we'll go ahead and make a note and check on the slots.
Yeah, right.
Cool. Sounds good. So who do we have for number 6?
That's the question. Well, okay, I'll just throw out Manzanita Bilingual School has a 3.8 sector, but then, you know what, ahead of that would be, but they only have 137, but yeah. If you look up, I think it's Little Lamb, although it's really hard to read across.
Little Lamb, yes.
Okay, they have a 172 plus a 3.8, and they were both in Eugene, so there's no difference in community. So maybe, is that our 6?
I mean, that's kind of the thinking that I had, Bobby, which is, but I really want to check myself and everyone else's thinking. That's why I'm not ranking, but rather giving a suggestion is, are there more points? I mean, we would, in theory, be giving a point because it's bilingual. I think because of the priority areas listed by the community, it's calling out specifically bilingual in their priority populations. It seems like we can say that that one, because of similarities, but that one being bilingual, would rise higher than Little Lambs. So I agree with your thinking, Bobby.
And also just being a registered family.
The bilingual is registered, yeah.
So we would put bilingual as being 6 and then little lamb is 7? Is that what your thinking was, Robin? Yes? Okay. Okay.
You know, this is for the future, but we really can't tell from a title that they're bilingual or not. And so, given how high a priority that is, it would be nice in the future that a committee would have a flag or something that says a program offers bilingual.
Would you, with the committee, thank you, Bobby, for bringing that up. You were reading my mind. Would you want me to go ahead and bring up the application for Little Lamb Daycare and see what they're prioritizing? No? Okay.
No, because we don't have the time. I mean, it's a criteria that would be nice to apply to every program we look at, and we don't have time to look at every application. So I think it's more a issue in the future, because I assume bilingual is continue to be important.
So just a reminder that this whole discussion around the importance of ensuring that there are bilingual providers in Lane County will be submitted to Miriam. You know, so I think that that's, you know, so when she's looking through, and that might be that the, you know, kind of what the committee, what I'm hearing from the committee is that sort of more information that would help in the final selection of award might be to make sure that the Early Learning System Director has information related to whether a provider can offer services in a bilingual setting, and that would help.
So now we're at 7. So what do we want to? So we want for 8.
So are we still, we're still including La Esperanza and La Escuelita, the last 2, even though we have notes that we want to go to Miriam. So we want to include them as if they're, we're not excluding anyone. We want to include them as part of the ranking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm worried about a score of 89. I know she gets a 3.5, I assume it's she. Anyway, in the sector plan, but 89 is pretty low.
And this is Renee. I think I would go back to our conversations we've had previously and what Hadia has underscored in her experience working with different providers, especially family child care providers, that they just may not necessarily know the answers that reviewers are looking for. And with a high sector score, you know, again, I think the overarching note from our committee, one of those notes might want to be that we acknowledge that there are some grant writing limitations and that hard scores alone cannot really determine the quality of a program.
Right. Yeah, it's in our principles, it's everything. It's a theme that I assume Miriam's going to hear loud and clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Part of
You'll
me.
need an 8.
Go ahead.
No, we need an 8. That's all I was saying.
I was just thinking that we might, I'm trying to look across to, I mean, part of me sees some money in Eugene, but then if the scores aren't supporting, is it Love and Care that is the score of 139.
139 of 225 with a 3.2.
Okay, I might suggest that being the 8.
Okay.
And then because Pleasant Hill is more rural than Springfield, even though the sector plan is a lower score, I'm on the fence about this one. So I might make that one a 9, but the Pleasant Hill, Springfield, the regions get in. I feel like I'm talking too much. I want other people to talk.
I don't feel like you're talking too much.
I agree, Robin. I value your input actually on this.
It's just between our last two for ranking. We've only got 10 and 11. Who's going to be 10?
Can I ask a quick question? For this, the last one for the La Escuelita, it says Eugene Veneta. Is that a different location than Eugene?
Yeah, so they are proposing that their sites are going to be in some in Eugene and some in Veneta.
Okay. Okay.
There's one, which is west of Eugene, heading towards Dakota.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that clarification.
And that seems to be a pretty low or a high poverty area. Over, well, it depends on what areas of Eugene, but if it's, like in downtown Eugene or some of those areas, I think that Veneta, even though the score is low, the poverty is high.
I would suggest that they be 10 and 11 in the order that they're in, because there's such a big difference in the score. And even though Veneta might be more remote than Eugene, there's 5 sites. So of the 5, probably only 1 is in Veneta. We could check that out to verify.
That's true.
But based on their score being so low and the 86 and, some of these, the registered family, I have a little priority to make sure that there's a variety of settings. And so for that reason, I would rank them as you have them.
That's true. I could agree with that.
I agree as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think let's ask, is there anybody who would like to change any of these rankings? No.
No. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to the big. Oh, somebody said something.
Yeah, that was Dana. So just a gentle reminder here from Angela that we have 2 additional hubs that we need to go through before lunch. So gentle reminder there. So we're going to move into our group 3, which is composed that we have several current preschool promise providers. So we have Eugene School District, and I apologize, I didn't highlight it, that those who are offering transportation. So just a moment here. So we have Eugene School District, yes on transportation, 1 site, 18 slots, 261 of 275 with a 4.3. We have Lane County School District number 19, yes on transportation. This is actually for 3 sites with 54 slots. In Springfield, 256 of 275 with a 5.0. on the ECE sector plan. And then we have Lane County School District number 52, yes on transportation, 1 site, 7 slots. In Eugene, 249 of 275 with a 4.8. And then we have Lane Community College here, no transportation, 2 sites, 30 slots. This in Eugene, 240 of 275 with a 4.8. And then we have a Relief Nursery, who in The other one's also current provider. Then we have a Relief Nursery, yes on transportation, 2 sites, 20 slots. They're proposing them, it looks like 1 in Eugene and 1 in Springfield. 232 of 275 with a 4.5. South Lane School District, yes on transportation. This is actually for 4 sites with 72 slots. And that's in Dorena and Cottage Grove, 183 of 275 with a 3.3. And then on this group, we have 2 new applicants, which is the University of Oregon Moss Street Children's Center. No on transportation, 1 site with 18 slots. This was 212 of 225 with a 5.0 on the sector plan. In Junction City School District, yes on transportation, 1 site, 38 slots in Junction City, 163 of 225 with a 4.5 EC sector plan. So we have 2 new applicants. The rest of them are current preschool promise providers. I'll turn it over to you all for ranking.
Renee?
To get us started, my suggestion would be to move University of Oregon Moss Street Children's Center to number 1. They received 94% of their total available points and 5 out of 5 on their sector alignment plan. And then I would keep the other rankings in the order that they're currently in.
So, let's see here.
So what about Eugene School District? Got a 4.3 on the sector, and you'd still leave it number 2? That was.
They received about 75% of their total eligible points, which seems rather low.
At 4.3 on their sector. I know they're really high, and they're going to get ranked high, but I wondered about lower than 2 because of the 4.3. That was all.
Oh, I think I was confused, Bobby. I was I'm toggling back and forth between my PDF that I can actually see and the rankings that are there. So could you state what you just said again? I was looking at a different applicant.
Okay, so Eugene School District gets a very high average score, but only a 4.3 on the sector score. So I wouldn't give it a 2. I wondered why you would give it a 2, the second place. Whereas, the one below had a 5.0 and an almost the same overall score.
Yeah, I think that could be argued either way. I didn't see a huge difference between 4.3 and 5.0, but I can definitely see your point.
What do other people think about where?
Bobby, the 2 that rank the lowest in this ranking are the 2 that are the most remote and also in priority areas. Although I don't know if Junction City, it's hard to say fast, showed up in. I'd have to go back.
It's on the sector plan.
Yeah. So in Dorena and Cottage Grove, Dorena being probably the most remote that we even have in this whole county. Anyway, they show up the lowest here, and I just wanted to point that out. It might be fine for that, but.
Hi, this is Danielle. I agree with Robin as well, and I would like to see them a bit higher up because of that, of being so, because of their rural locations and the community, and not having access already to as much high quality early learning opportunities.
So what I'll do is we'll go ahead and do the same approach as last time. I'm gonna put those, the first ranking to the side. And then it sounds like you guys are all in agreement that University of Oregon should be 1, ranked at 1. Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think I brought it up when another university or colleges were in the mix. I have like a thinking that when you think about a school district and that they're pulling children from their communities who are going to go to school there, that seems like it's so important that the child stays in the school that he's going to be going to potentially. And the universities are very high quality. Moss Street's a known high quality setting, and the population might turn over more. I don't know. It's a bias maybe, and so I'm stating it as a Robin's potential bias. It's not that I have a bias against universities. I love that they have them, but I also wonder about the population who has access to them.
If I can add a little bit about that population, if it's helpful, what we've seen for some of the colleges and universities, with Preschool Promise, is that it's often their students that would be applying for Preschool Promise. So if they're enrolled in a certain university, then this allows them to just drop off the child and go. So that's what we've heard from the universities, not Dana's thoughts. So that's, when you're asking about like the population that we're seeing is normally students that are attending that school.
That's helpful. Thank you, Dana. And certainly when I went to college, my kids were in the university childcare. So it was very helpful as a student.
And it can make the difference for a very low income family, whether or not the parent can go to school, is whether or not she has childcare that she can feel is appropriate for her child. So I'm not sure I completely, well, I mean, okay, my background is community colleges and universities, so I have a bias about who we see. Yeah, they're very high need.
And you know that I am 100% in support of universities having childcare. I am just trying to think of, like, in comparison to areas in the community where they may not have any preschool opportunities. I don't know. So, but thank you for sharing, Bobby, and for letting me share my potential bias around it. Other than that, I think that by our thinking that them ranking number 1, I agree with.
So what about 2? Junction City is not a current provider. It's got a lower overall score, pretty good sector score. And Hadia and Robin, you both talked about the fact that it's not Eugene Springfield, that it's outside.
This is not like a ranking order.
Terribly remote, because I drive through it on my way to Eugene, but it is certainly more remote than Eugene and Springfield.
Danielle, did you have something? I think you might have chimed in there.
Yeah, sure. I'm not like going in pure ranking order right now, but I would like to see South Lane School District and Junction City at least as 4 and 5.
Good. Let's put them in. Okay. Which one's 4?
In terms of 4, I think, I also have a bias as well. And for me, the bias is like where there is no, or there's very little service already. Like, I want to prioritize those folks. So I would put Junction City as the 4 and then South Lane as the 5.
Okay.
And Danielle's suggestion is in alignment with the sector plan prioritizing rural communities. So that makes sense.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Who's our 2 and 3?
I was thinking Lane County number 19 as number 2, and then Lane County number 52 as number 3.
Okay.
And then it seems like the Eugene School District, since it had such high score, should start to rise to the top again.
Mhm.
What ranking would you give it?
6.
Okay. And we just have Lane Community College and Relief Nursery.
I would suggest 7 and 8 then in the order that they are next to each other based on their scores overall and sector score.
I agree.
Okay, so just to make sure I didn't miss anything here. So we have 1 University of Oregon, 2 Lane County School District number 19, 3 Lane County School District number 52. Then we have 4 Junction City School District, 5 South Lane School District, 6 Eugene School District, 7 Lane Community College, 8 Relief Nursery. I want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and erase the previous ranking that we had now that you guys had a discussion and stuff. Okay.
So an observation is that this is probably the first time that the existing programs got ranked so low. It's just an observation. Does it seem anything we should discuss, or is that just the way it is?
I'm noting that as well, Bobby, and I'm conflicted about this whole group. You know, the Relief Nursery ends last. You might say that they have a lot of need for resource, and their population is a high priority population compared to some of the others potentially. I would love to hear other thoughts of, I know we're on a time crunch, but certainly I would want the public to know that this is very difficult and we're entering this as careful as we can with as much as we have to go on.
I agree. Letting the sector plans and the priority populations guide some of this discussion has changed the ranking beyond just the point system, which I think is kind of the point, so that we can make sure that once again, that it isn't just the additional points awarded or stellar grant writing that wins the day, but it's continuing to stay true to the needs of the community.
I completely agree with that.
Okay.
I think the hard part is, I think the example of the Relief Nursery getting an 8 is a good example of we're doing the best we can on identifying priority populations from the sector plans, and but I'm feeling like there's more I don't know than that I do know. So that is, yeah. So for priority populations, we're going on, I don't know the language, but communities with a dearth of services is part of what? Part A?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as well as, and we're relying heavily on the sector plans that are telling us that this is, that they're going to serve the populations that the hub, people participating in the hub process identified. So anyway, if we're comfortable, I think we keep moving, but I just would put it in the notes that we are aware that in this case, because of the criteria we are applying, the existing, and because there were so many existing providers, that they are ranked lower, and we're aware of that. Robin?
Question for Gwen about the relief nurseries. What I know of what Preschool Promise requires of the number of hours and the number of days that the children attend. And I haven't always known relief nurseries to have those kinds of hours. I was curious how that's working out currently.
Yeah, good question, Robin. So as a current Preschool Promise provider, we have 2 relief nurseries in the mix, one here in Lane County and one in Southern Oregon. And relief nurseries, this is, Preschool Promise is a program in itself. And so if a relief nursery is accepting a Preschool Promise award, then they need to follow the Preschool Promise program requirements. And so they have, the minimum of 900 hours within their program calendar year. So it's a different model than the relief nursery model, because this is a Preschool Promise model, not necessarily. It's just that the relief nurseries have a lot of skill and experience in serving children and families with multiple conditions that would put them in a priority population. So they're well suited to serve children and that qualify for Preschool Promise. So, but they do follow the calendar requirements of the model.
So they're diversifying their classroom settings models.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there anybody who would like to make a recommendation to change any of the rankings for the large organizations, or are we comfortable moving that forward? All right, then I would welcome a motion to accept the rankings that are proposed.
I move that the committee accept the rankings as presented for Lane County.
Is there a second?
I second that, the motion.
Thanks, John. The motion to accept the rankings as proposed is been moved and seconded. Gwen, can you call the vote?
First, open it for discussion, and then we'll call the vote.
That's the 3rd time I've done that.
That's why we're a team, Bobby.
It's an hour. Kind of like I forget that we need to do this, but we do.
After discussion, it's hard to go back to discussion, right? I get it. So I guess I think procedurally it's open for discussion before we go to vote.
Absolutely. So it's been moved and seconded that we accept the rankings as proposed. We are now open for discussion.
The issues with that. I just think that 2 families already reached out.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know if that was a committee member. I'm not sure if that was somebody.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any committee members who would like to? Yeah.
Okay. Gwen, will you call the vote?
Yes. And for my records, and I'll just, there are no potential or actual conflicts of interest with this community. Correct? So, Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
Renee Brandon?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan?
So Danielle did put in the
Danielle?
chat box that the conversation is cutting in and out for her. She accepts the ranking.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Let's
you.
just make note of that, Kelly, in our notes. Thank you, Danielle. Robin Hill Dunbar?
Yes.
I'm not sure if Carissa Palmer is back. She had to step out. And Hadia Miller, she is, just so the committee knows, she's left for the day, so I won't continue to call her name. She is absent. So, Jill Ramirez
Yes.
and Bobby Weber.
Yes. So, so we had 2 absent, and the rest are yeses. No.
6. Correct. Yeah. 6 affirmative,
And
2 absent, no. Yep.
2 absent, and the rest are yeses, no nos. So the motion passes. So it's 11 o'clock, and I know that we are behind. Thanks, Angela. I was watching, but it was kind of like I didn't know what to do other than let that conversation come to its healthy conclusion. So I suggest we take a 15-minute break at this point, come back and do, I think it's Marion Polk is next, and then also after the break, we will adjust the agenda, because I don't see any chance that we are going to get 2 more hubs done before lunchtime. So we will come back at 11:25.
Okay.
Okay.
On break.
If we could have it just to look at. Maybe that's not possible right now at this late date, but.
So what I hear you say, are you referring to Marion and Polk or Southern Oregon?
Southern Oregon.
Southern Oregon. So for Southern Oregon, let me go ahead and see just a moment here.
And Dana, while you're doing that, Jill, I did look last night, and I have, for multiple site applicants in Southern Oregon, I've written down the locations of their sites.
Okay.
So I have that handy for us so that we can do that quickly as well. But Dana might be able to unhide that with what she can create as well with her magic, okay?
Okay, thank you so
So Bobby,
much.
do you want me to go ahead and take roll call and then get rolling?
Sure.
Back? And then Dana can work on that, and we'll make sure, Jill, when we get to Southern, that we have that all square for you, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, so just to make sure we have who's back from break, thank you all, committee members. So Sarah, I see that you're back with us. Hello?
I'm here, present.
Renee? Yeah, Renee?
Present.
Danielle, are you back
Present.
with us? Great. Robin, are you back from break with us?
Yeah.
And we know Carissa, are you back? No, she had 2 meetings today that she had to step in and out for, so I just want to make sure. Jill Ramirez.
I'm here.
Hi, Jill. And Bobby.
Yes.
Bobby,
I'm
everyone
here.
that we were expecting to be here is here. So.
Okay, so I'd like to start with a proposal that we do Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub as long as it takes, and then break for lunch. So I would like, that's not going to be noon, but is there any objection to us working our way through Marion and Polk now and then taking our lunch break?
Sounds good to me.
Great. Okay, then I think we turn it over. Well, we do have another. Let's just do a review. We have 2 actual conflicts of interest on this hub, Renee and Jill, and a potential with Sarah. All 3 will be able to participate in the conversation, and Sarah will be able to vote. Have I got that right? And if everybody heard Gwen as we were starting back together, in terms of counting the participation of the members, people who abstain are counted as participants. So we're really doing just fine on numbers. You're all doing an amazing job of just. So with that said, Dana, let's go.
Alrighty. Awesome. Alrighty. Well, welcome everybody. So we're going to go ahead and be discussing Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub Inc. They cover their county region is Marion and Polk. Just giving you a little bit of a summary here for Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub. Currently, we have 330 slots in Marion and Polk. We're looking for an additional expansion of 150 to 250 slots, bringing their total expansion included with the current slots to 480 to 580. So from 480 to 580. We have a total of 773 slots requested in this region. 638 in Marion and 135 in Polk. We do have a high number of current providers, so it does keep scrolling down quite a bit. So I'm just going to give you a pretty brief summary on each of the groups. Then we'll go into the sector plan. We'll go into our map. We'll come back and then go ahead and take a look at each of the groups a little bit more. A little bit further here. So let me go ahead and see on this report. We have added the actual city that they're planning on adding those additional slots. So hopefully that's a little bit helpful there. We know that we had some questions about that. So we have our certified child care centers. We have a total of 5 applicants in that category, and one of them is a current preschool promise provider. And then into our second group, which is a certified family child care and registered family, we have a total of 14 applicants in this area. And then we have a total of 6 current preschool promise providers. We go into our third group. We have a total of 8 applicants there. We have 4 current preschool promise providers in this hub region. The hub is applying as a provider themselves. So we do, now you see that the green color there. So we'll go ahead and come back a little bit there later. So this is Marion and Polk, really quick overview there. So let me go ahead and open up their sector plan. Just a moment. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and zoom in and make it a little bit bigger. Thank you. Alrighty, so this is Marion and Polk. Some of the priority populations that they've identified is the children from economically disadvantaged areas at or below 185 of the federal poverty level with low kindergarten scores. The geographic regions that they mentioned for this priority population is Jervis, North Marion, Woodburn, Salem, Kaiser, Independence, Monmouth, and Staten. Just giving a quick family preference here for this priority population, sense of security, learning opportunities, some additional considerations, scheduling, eligibility, family engagement, equity, and inclusion. Second priority population, children from Hispanic and Latinx households, including children of migrants. Geographic regions are North Marion, Jervis, Woodburn, Salem-Keizer, Independence, Monmouth, and Staten. This one, just a quick little summary here. It looks like we have, once again, sense of security, healthy meals, and/or snacks provided, equity and inclusion demonstrated by the values of the program, opportunities for children to hear a particular language, support for children's home cultures, and diversity of staff. Third priority population is children from bilingual households, and that's in North Marion, Jervis, Woodburn, Salem-Keizer, Independence, Monmouth, and Staten. And we're seeing some of that same family preferences, security, learning opportunities, and really that value for the children's home cultures and the diversity of staff. And it looks like it's the same additional considerations: scheduling, program quality, family engagement, transportation, eligibility, and costs. And then we have children experiencing disabilities. That's at a regional geographic priority there, and it looks like it's the same. It says program quality demonstrated by staff experience and education, type of care, setting, ability to serve children who experience disabilities, and spark rating. And then we have children from socially complex families. I did read in the right? Yes. Children of teen parents, children in foster care, or experiencing housing instabilities and/or parent incarceration. And that's at the regional hub level there. And it looks, I think the only thing, and I'm just quickly summarizing to all those in the public, I'm not reading everything here. It says lower cost and more range to eligibility, payment options such as ERDC, subsidy, and scholarships. And then we have children from Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander households in the Salem-Keizer area. And then we're seeing, schedule, equity, inclusion, transportation, costs, family engagement with a welcoming and cheerful atmosphere, regular communication with parents and families, and opportunities for families to be involved. So this is a quick summary here of Marion and Polk's ECC sector plan here. Is there any questions here that we have before we move into our map? No? Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and move on to the map here. Just a moment. So let's take a look here. Okay, so let me go ahead and zoom out so we can take a look at their hub region. So once again, we're keeping an eye on this fluorescent blue light. So as we can see, we have lots of providers there in the Salem-Keizer area. It looks like we have one out here in Staten Elementary School. Looks like that's right there. And then we have another one. I'll go ahead and hover into this. So it looks like they have several applicants here from Monmouth and Independence, from the Monmouth and Independence area. And then we have, let's take a look here, and then Salem. So we have here, and it looks like there's some providers here in Silverton, as some applicants here in Silverton as well. Is there any areas of the map that you would like me to zoom in or zoom out?
Dina, I just wanted to confirm that the county line between Polk and Marion is the one that you see that kind of runs through the middle there. So Monmouth is at Polk County, just confirming the clusters of Polk versus Marion.
Correct. It looks like this right here will be Polk. So yeah, it's this little line right here. And then let me
And a
take
river
a look
runs
here.
through it.
Yep. And just as a clarification, there is a provider here that was Grand Ron, who is a current Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub, but we already ranked them because they're a tribal partner, so they were added on that tribal with our tribal nations workbook. Okay. Any questions before we move to our workbook? No. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to see Woodburn.
Yes. Let's take a look here. So we have. Where is Woodburn? So we have Jervis. Yep, right here. So it looks like we have some applicants here in Jervis, and then we have some right here in Woodburn. And
Right.
just as a point of reference, if the circle is bigger, that's because that it's a higher amount of slots that they're requesting. So it looks like this one is the Woodburn School District. So then that side they're proposing 40 slots. So just a point of reference there.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get back to our workbook here and get started with our ranking. Let's take a look here. So we have, as I mentioned, a total of 5 applicants in this group 1, certified child care centers. There is, none of them are providing or offering to go, looking to provide transportation. We have Salem Christian Academy, who is requesting for one site 25 slots. Their site will be in, they're proposing it to be in Salem, an average score of 207 out of 275 with a 3.0 on the ECE sector plan. Then we have Priceless Treasures Preschool and Childcare. One site, 24 slots, 189 of 225 with a 3.0 on the sector plan. The Salvation Army Croc Center, one site, 18 slots, 178 of 225 with a 3.5 on the sector plan. Then we have Faces of America, one site, 40 slots, 132 of 225 with a 3.0 on the sector plan. And then the YMCA Preschool, one site, 20 slots, 92 of 225 is their average score with a 2.3 on the ECE sector plan. All of these sites are going to be in Marion County and the city of Salem. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby, so we can start doing some ranking.
Great. Okay. Let's, I think, yeah, can people see it? Let's start with that. Can people see? Thanks, that helps. Okay. Any observations, comments, questions, or we could even, if somebody's already seen a ranking, they can put it. I have an observation that I'm surprised how low the scores, especially the alignment sector scores, are across the board. Interesting that that they're lower than what we've been seeing. That's just an observation. Jill? Oh, it's Renee. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey there. I just lost my thing here. Looking at the first one, the Salem Christian Academy, they received 75% of their total potential points, just as an observation, compared to the next one down that received 84% of their total points available in the same sector score.
Are you suggesting a ranking?
I declared a conflict, so I'm not suggesting a ranking. I'm only participating.
What is it for the next one down, the Salvation Army, Renee?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
What was the percentage? Did you figure out the percentage for the Salvation Army?
I will right now. 79.
79%.
I mean, for that reason, I would be inclined to move the Salvation Army to the top and then go in ranking order. But yeah, the 75% compared to the actually priceless is at 84%. But their sector score is the same.
So because, so what you're saying, if I want to understand it correctly, Priceless Treasure gets 84%, or can't read my own writing, 89%, whatever, of their total, but they only get a 3.0. So you would go with, for number one, Salvation Army, which gets 79%, but it gets 3.5. Is that, so on that basis, and these are all in Salem, so that kind of prioritization isn't relevant.
Yeah, they're very close in their scoring, really. I guess if, I'm not doing anything. Never mind.
So for me, potential, I would put the Salvation Army as number 1. The Priceless Treasures is number 2. Salem Christian Academy is number 3. 4 would be Faces of America, and then 5, the YMCA Preschool. That's what I so far have, but I'm up for discussion.
Seems in alignment with the conversation.
I agree.
Is anybody? Yeah. Okay. Is anybody want to suggest any change in the ranking? So it would, yes, as we see on our screen.
I agree with Sarah's ranking.
Okay. All right. And I think we're ready to move on to the certified, well, the home base, certified, and we have 1 registered. And we have a lot more graphic diversity here.
Yes. So we're gonna go into our second group, and it looks like we have 14 applicants in this area. I'll go ahead and I'm just gonna give you the applicant's name and their average score. The screen will go ahead and show you the city and the county for reference there. So we have Loving Beginnings Child Care and Preschool, and just for clarity here, only one of them is offering to go ahead and provide transportation. So Loving Beginnings Child Care and Preschool, 244 of 275 with a 5.0 on the ECE sector plan. Island Adventures Preschool and Child Care, 230 of 275 with a 4.0. Precious Cargo Preschool and Child Care, 228 of 275 with a 4.3. Arce's Daycare, 211 of 275 with a 4.0. Preschool and Jalisco, 188 of 275 with a 4.0. Maris Guarderia, 184 of 275 with a 2.8. And then the remaining are going to be new applicants, so they're out of 225. And that's going to be, oops, my apologies there. The Garden of Bloom, they're proposing to do transportation, 176 of 225 with a 4.5. Ana Luisa Ayala, 170 of 225 with a 4.0. Laugh and Learn Academy Daycare, 162 of 225 with a 4.2. And then we have Vidal Daycare and Preschool with a 159 of 225 with a 3.8. Little Smiles, 149 of 225 with a 4.5. Early Start Daycare, 146 of 225 with a 3.5. Elena's Daycare, 134 of 225 with a 3.0. And Twinkle Stars Daycare, a registered family, 100 of 225 with a 3.0. And that concludes my summary of Group 2. I'll turn it over to you, Bobby.
Okay. We get geographic differences here. I've been very swayed by what COVID is doing in Woodburn, and making me very concerned about the families who live in that community. I don't know if people are watching, but they are. The numbers are really high, so I don't know. As we are talking, if people will just take into consideration, we do have Woodburn, Independence, and Monmouth included in this type of care. We will again below in the next group too. So just open for. Robin?
I also just wanted to call out that we have more Polk County applying than was in the first preschool promise. So we have more new programs that are in Polk County that have pretty high sector scores. So you will see the 4.5, 4.2, and 4.5 called out specifically that's compelling in the ranking.
Renee?
Given that all of the cities listed are also listed as priority communities in the sector plan, I'm wondering, Dana, would it be possible for you to add another column next to the average score to do a calculation of percentages like I've been doing on my phone? So that we can see, because about half of them are returning providers in one category of scoring, and then the other half are new folks, and that might help us to be able to determine true scores based on total points available to them. Just a suggestion.
And Renee, I was actually going to ask you specifically if you would actually do the percentages for us on this, since I can't do it at this time.
That's what I was hoping Dana could do with the Excel spreadsheet, so that it would be easier, because I really have a hard time seeing all of these.
Totally.
My little screen.
If we can,
So
get
you would 244 by 275 and get a percentage.
So let me just go ahead and get it all worked out and add the cells, because there, as you can imagine, there's a lot of hidden cells here from our data set. So Dana says 1 minute pause here. So
I didn't mean to make it more complicated. I was actually hoping to simplify it. Sorry.
No.
Angela said that she might be able to help Dana as well. And just a reminder to the review committee that that the additional points in the RFA sort of frame and the architecture of the RFA was to recognize that we have providers across the state that are already providing preschool promise and have experience with the model, and that the additional points were to sort of recognize their their skill and quality that they've been able to demonstrate to date in managing and operating the program and serving priority populations already identified within communities. So I just want to, so when we move to sort of switching to percentages based on like how many they, out of the amount available, it does sort of shift a little bit of sort of the design of the RFA that, and I just wanted to make that a point. As a review committee, you have, the ability and option to look at it any way you need to help make, you know, your recommendation to Miriam, but that was part of sort of the architecture of the RFA, was to recognize current providers and to be able to, you know, provide them with those additional points because they've already are involved and doing the good work.
Would you go so far as to say the design was to give a priority to existing providers?
That was the 50-point bonus. Yeah, it was right off the top that if they were a current provider, that was it was part of the design was sort of intended to recognize that you know, that they've already demonstrated their ability to implement the program. And so when you switch to doing the percentage of potential points, it sort of it minimizes that sort of priority point system that we had provided within the architecture of the RFA.
But we're I'm sorry, I forget to raise my hand. So when we're doing this, you all added them to the full applications because you wanted us to see them in the context of all of the applications, knowing we're going to add, but your intent or hope was that they wouldn't get voted low, or that, you know, obviously Miriam is going to have the real vote on who would receive the contracts. But I'm guessing now I'm not confused, but I'm just trying to question my own logic around those. Should we just assume the order that they're in and say, well, we're not touching those, or should we fold them in?
No, I just wanted to point out that part of the RFA, and so they're in the mix because this is a competitive RFA process, and so they need to stand on their own merits within this process. But I just wanted to, for the committee to sort of consider when you're looking, like it's another data element that you can, you know, to use, but that the points provided were hopefully intended to give you a pretty good representation of the quality of the application and how the provider presented themselves. Yes, Renee.
And I guess that's part of the struggle here, is when we see a returning provider that comes forward with 75% of the total points that they could have earned, but they're still at the top because of the additional cushion of points, versus a new provider applying to Preschool Promise who has, you know, reached 85 to 90% of their total available points. Right. That I think is worth exploring a little bit. So anyway,
totally.
I comment.
Yeah, no, and that's the one that the committee know, like, this is, you're the ones who have to make the decisions and the recommendations. So, and you know, whatever information you need to do that, we want to be in support of it as the ELD. So just wanted to, and I think that Angela said that she can help us get those percentages. Oh, great. Look at you, Susanna. I was just the distraction while you did your magic. See, there you go.
The other thing that it goes through my mind is you don't want to build a program in which people have to compete for funding all the time. What you then have is you lack continuity. Families are getting into and getting kicked out of. The idea that you're building something that the community counts on. So I think that's another tension when we rank existing providers low, is you know, everybody who followed the Head Start recompete discussion, I think it's really relevant here, is what do you do to a community when you give them public slots and you take them away after just 2 years? And so I think it's more complicated than just the percentages they do, because there's this hard, not hard number, but it has to do with stability, continuity, building, community building. So I don't mean that we should ignore, but I think we should be thinking about it. Yeah, Renee?
That's a really great point. For Southern Oregon, for example, some of the preschool promise providers, up to maybe half or more of their revenue coming in is preschool promise. And so just to kind of underscore that, the impact of that on a particular program and or a particular area within a region based on the selections here with this RFA will have an impact for sure.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This is Dana. So it sounds what I'm hearing you all say is that we can go ahead and move forward, but it sounds like we definitely want to go ahead and put that in the comments for Miriam and say, hey, current providers, we value the continuity of care. We understand there's some business stabilization that already exists with some of those providers. So as she's making her final recommendations to take into account some of that. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Yeah, I think we should, Robin.
I just wanted to note that there was another one that said they would provide transportation, and they, and since transportation came up a lot in the sector plan, I wanted to make sure they were highlighted there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And in reference to our conversation we just had about current providers and new providers, I appreciate all of the dialogue for my own thinking, and I'm going to be really careful to not to take it into consideration, and also remember that we don't want to view differently than we have been viewing the others, or I would feel the need to go back and start at the fresh. So like keep a tight thread, remember to be, for all of us to be consistent. I'm going to remind myself to try and be consistent.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dana, for getting those percentages up. I think we're ready to look at those and think about it.
Okay, I just, Robin, are you thinking we should review? I mean, I think it is important to be consistent, that we are looking at sector alignment very highly, and that includes priority populations, that we're combining that with their overall ranking, and that we're also taking into consideration communities who are highest from opportunity, and that this is highest from opportunity, meaning there's probably a dearth of services. So those are the stated, those flowed from the principles we adopted, and those are the ones we've been applying. And so if that helps. And then there also is this conversation that's kind of in the notes now that Dana is capturing about continuity and community building, and so we're giving that to Miriam. So okay,
ready. So
we are okay. Go. I thought we were ready to discuss. Are we? Do we need more information, Dana?
No, we have the percentages there, and I color code them for you there if it's helpful. So there you go.
Thank you.
Bobby,
okay.
I feel a little conflicted with having the percentages at this point.
Just haven't had before.
I feel like it's a really useful tool, and I know that Renee was able to give us some of the information as we went along, but it wasn't a column of numbers that we could include. And I don't know how I'm feeling a little conflicted is what I would say.
So that maybe we should hide this column? Is that, Jill? Because we haven't had this column for any other hub.
I feel like that. I feel it's really useful, but I feel like it would have been useful from the beginning.
And I just wanted to point out, Jill, that with this from the beginning, I actually have kind of been doing the percentages as well when I have been doing my ranking. So I was taking into account of the alignment score of their average score to that's how I was aligning everything up. So percentages was in there with it. I just wanted to put that out there.
With the committee, though, we were just kind of getting it sometimes for some of them as a committee. But as you're pointing out, some of us were doing it more, and it was having more of an influence. So, I don't know. How do people feel? Would you like Dana to blank it out, or would you like to?
I like it. I'd like the percentages to be blanked out because it doesn't seem fair for the other hubs that we've already gone through the process with.
That would be my feeling.
So, okay.
All right. So, boy, there's a lot to think about on these. Anybody, with all this conversation, has anybody been able to propose a ranking?
I can propose a ranking.
Okay.
Okay. I went with Loving Beginnings is number 1. Island Adventures number 2. Precious Cargo number 3. The Garden of Bloom number 4. Arce's Daycare number 5. Ana Luisa Alaya. I apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly. Number 6. Laugh and Learn Academy number 7. Preschooler Daycare number 8. Vital Daycare number 9. Little Smiles number 10. Early Start Daycare number 11. Mary Garneria number 12. Yeah, Garnet, sorry. Alina's Daycare number 13. And Twinkle Stars Daycare number 14. But I'm up for discussion, ladies.
Dana, I think that there was a little bit of. Go ahead, Danielle.
Oh, thank you. This is not an endorsement for a particular program, but I visited a couple on this list, and I'm highlighting Preescolar Daycare Jalisco because it did score a little bit lower, but like going to the program, I saw that the provider was, serving the right populations, was using developmentally appropriate practice, did all of those right things. And I wonder if it's a matter of using appropriate terminology and being an application that sometimes people don't necessarily have a grant writer for. Because looking at her program, she's, she meets all of the criteria as it's listed, and perhaps the low score was because of the way that the provider answered the question. So it just kind of, it brings up questions for me about how many other providers, which we've discussed earlier, don't have the same means to, write an application that uses all of the right terminology and language, which would give them a higher score, but doesn't necessarily reflect on the quality of their program.
We're faced with the same challenge we had before, that since we can't have observational data on all the programs, I think this is one of our things that we're saddest about, and maybe should share with in our comments to ELD that that kind of observational data would be of high benefit to this process. But we can't have it for everybody, so we have to be careful about considering it for anybody. Is that?
Oh, I for sure.
But she is an independent, and she is bilingual. So an 8 seems awfully low for somebody who's in a community and a high priority population. Yeah? Renee.
I think that point is well taken, and I'm reflecting back on the rollout of Preschool Promise, and it was really the regional hubs that were doing the selection of the early learning programs, and it was based on knowledge of the quality components of the programs. And so I think maybe a note to Miriam would be, given that we can't consider anecdotal comments that any committee members might have, whether they be positive or negative, that it would be really imperative for there to be site visits prior to an award, just as a comment.
I agree.
I completely agree with Renee with that.
Okay, so does anybody else think that the program in independent, the one with currently an 8, should be higher based on the fact that she got a 4.0, she is in independence, which is highly highly Hispanic, and I believe that it's a bilingual program. If I'm reading the Jalisco, Dana, Jalisco means
Dana,
what?
Jalisco is actually a stay in Mexico, and yes.
Okay, so I think we can be assumed it's heavily Hispanic program with this name. So anyway, so an 8 seems low to me. If anybody else.
I might agree with that. I was actually my comments might change some thinking on the order, so maybe before we decide on the 8 or not. I think that it made sense a lot for Mary's to go lower because of the really low sector score, and the lowest on the other, it also is Salem Marion. But I'm not giving it a ranking. I'm just saying, for me, when I was initially looking at this, I wanted to move the Garden and Bloom and Laugh and Learn up above Mary's because of the transportation that came up really high on the sector planning, and also because they're in Polk County, which had less representation and is more rural community. And then down because Little Smiles had such a high sector plan and was also, it says Salem, but it's Polk County. So looking at that, remembering the map, how the line goes right through the sort of the center, I was trying to differentiate between like Independence versus Salem, Polk County. So I didn't give new rankings. I just was kind of moving a few up, and then see if anybody agrees with the moving up, and then we can kind of go back and say then what would make the 8 not an 8, but I would agree that it should be higher than an 8.
I wonder if a good way to work through some of these large groups is to do, like, now that we've got sort of initial ranking, is to sort of like, let's get the first 5 and then do like the next, like the 6 through 10, and maybe, because I think looking at the whole group can be sort of challenging. So and I don't know if that might help the committee, is to like decide on the first 5 and the second grouping and the third, because we'll have some other large groupings like this that might I'm not sure if that's helpful to the committee.
I think it's helpful. It would seem in this particular case that I might be suggesting that the first 5 are the first 5. 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5. And mostly because the 5th one there is a Polk County independent, and so it would stay high even though its sector score alignment is lower than some of the ones below it.
So just so I don't get confused, so we have our first 5 and everybody's good with that. So which one is numbers? I'm a little confused.
4.
Sorry, 4. 4. Sorry.
4 and then 5.
Robin was saying, yeah, because of the Independence location. That's if I heard Robin right.
Okay.
Okay. And
Then
then
the next grouping.
okay. And which one will be the next grouping?
Well, I think what I was suggesting, but of course, my thinking was that Garden and Bloom would be next because of sector score. I'm reading it across right. And that Laugh and Learn would be because of sector score. And also both of them were transportation offerings and Polk County.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll punt over to someone else to. And then I don't know if would it work to go then the rest of the order. And Sarah, I appreciate your ranking and the way that you think about it. So do you have questions or opposition of how I was making those considerations, or anyone really?
No, I'm good with it. I like the feedback and everything that you're giving and stuff.
Then
So just so I understand, so we're at 7 with Laugh and Learn. So then just go from the top to bottom. So Maribel, Maris Guarderia, 8, 9, 10, and take it down.
No, because we have some high sector. So you've got that program in Independence that's a 3.8 and a 159. And then we've got the 4.5, a lower overall score, but I don't know, those seem higher than. So I don't think we just fill in. I think we need recommendations for who's 8.
It sounds like you were making them, Bobby. It sounded good.
Oh,
okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, then the Woodward program would be 8.
Okay, hold on just a moment. 8. Uh-huh.
Okay. And then that for the Salem, so it's West Salem. The Polk one, 4.5. It's got a lower score, but it had a high sector score. Okay, those were the 2 I was seeing. I don't know.
And then maybe go back up to Mary's as it was a current program, or do you I don't know because the sector score is really low compared to a couple down below, but going with the discussion about current program.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So then would the rest just fall 11, 12? I mean, the rest just go in sequence?
I think you could, so that would be 11 for the one that you're clicked on, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Or the last 3 would be 12, 13, 14.
Okay.
Okay, so does anybody have anyone you want to move around? Okay, let's move to the big guys, the districts and large programs.
Alrighty then. So in this category, so group number 3, we have the Salem Kaiser School District. They are with transportation. So yes, on the transportation, 8 sites is what they're proposing. So 160 slots. They are at 258 of 275 with a 5.0 in the sector plan. All of their sites, it looks like they will be in the city of Salem. And then we have Oregon Child Development Coalition, 3 sites, 100 slots. And then this one, it looks like they're going to be in Marion and Polk. And I want to say is that they'll probably have, we may need to go ahead and look at that, Gwen, as far as Silverton, because I don't know if all of their sites will be in Silverton since it's saying like Marion and Polk. But it's 257 of 275 with a 4.5. Then we have the Woodburn School District, 2 sites, 56 slots, 231 of 275 with a 3.8. And then we have the Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub. They're proposing 5 sites, 55 slots. They are highlighted in green or teal, and they were at 226 of 250 was the maximum amount of points for hubs who apply, with a 4.5 and their sector plan. Then we have Western Oregon University, 1 site, 20 slots, 200 of 275 with a 2.8 on the sector plan. They are a current provider. And the first 3 that I mentioned, they're all current providers: Salem Kaiser, Woodburn School District, OCDC. And then we have 3 new applicants here in this group, and that will be North Senium School District, yes on transportation, 1 site, 20 slots, 194 of 225 with a 5.0. Jervis School District, yes on transportation, 1 site, 36 slots, 163 of 225 with a 3.8. And then Silver Falls School District, 1 site, 36 slots, 148 of 225 with a 2.5 on the EC sector plan. We do have a note here that we wanted to share with that committee as far as what we gather on the application for the Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub is that on the application, because most of you saw the application, it says what are the proposed sites, and then you can enter the proposed sites. So this applicant did enter 5 sites in there, but then as we were reading that the classroom for configuration, they actually said that they will like 100 slots for a total of 10 sites. So Gwen has suggested to go ahead and make this available to the committee, that will need to go ahead and take a look on the actual like number of sites and number of slots too. So
Janet, which applicant?
Anything on that one?
Which applicant? What's this?
That was the Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub.
They have identified 5 locations, but we're still looking for another 5. And so they listed the 5 identified sites in the application, but then in the narrative, it requested additional slots at sites to yet be determined.
I see. Thank you.
All righty. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby.
Can you remind us of the total score for the hub, the green color? I can't see that.
Yes, actually, you know what? I was supposed to be bringing our little guy here. So it's a maximum of 250.
Observations, comments, potential ranking?
Dana, does that hub, the Marion Polk Learning Hub, does that say 276? Would you be willing to maximize it a little bit bigger for me? I do apologize.
26.
26? Okay.
That was their application of 250 was the maximum amount of points. There you go.
This is a comment to be recorded. I find it confusing for a hub to be a provider. But that, I mean, I know that's the process, so I'm not making any comment about that. I just, it's confusing to me to have a hub play the hub role and the provider role. So that's just a comment to go forward, not to affect the rankings.
Renee?
Just an observation that there's a good mix of cities that were called out in the sector plan, although 2 of them are listed as Silverton, and I don't believe Silverton was one of the cities called out in the sector plan. Just an observation.
Oh yeah, and go ahead, Gwen.
Oh, I just wanted to let review committee members know that I put for where it might not be obvious where the sites are, I put in the chat box for OCDC application number 432 where their locations are, and then also for application 193. I think for the school districts, it's a little more evident where their services are located. If you needed any clarification on that, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. If you want me to propose a ranking to start us off, did you want me just to do the first 5, or may I do the whole listing?
I think you can do the whole one. We've only got 8.
Okay. All right. So I have Marion Polk County Hub as number 1. Then Salem Kaiser School number 2. North Sainton number 3.
I'm sorry.
The
Which
OCDC.
one? North City? Okay.
Oh, North Sainton School District.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Stanton. Then the OCDC is number 4. Woodburn School District is number 5. The Jarvis School District, I probably pronounced that completely wrong, is number 6. Then Western Oregon University is number 7, and then Silver Falls School District is number 8. But I'm up, like I said, I'm up for discussion.
My ranking was pretty close to yours, Sarah. The only difference is I had the hub is number 4 and Salem Kaiser is number 1. So mine went Salem Kaiser, OCDC, North Santiam, and then the hub, and then the same order that you have. And I just for my reasoning, it was just thinking about the current score and current applicant, Salem Kaiser, and having a 5 on the sector alignment. Ironically, I mean, the hubs are the ones that are collecting the sector the sector plan. And so I was a little bit conflicted on that. So I'm completely open to discussion and appreciate the order that you suggested to Sarah, but I just wanted to offer up another eye towards it than why I did what I ranked.
And Robin, can I get your ranking? Because I think I may have kind of a little confused. So which one is number one?
I had Salem Kaiser as number one.
And two?
I had OCDC.
Three?
North Santiam.
Four?
The Hub.
Five?
The same as the Woodburn.
Six?
It's the same then as Sarah's. So 6 is Jervis.
Then 8. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm saying you're cross-eyed.
6.
6, 7.
I'm concerned about Woodburn being 5. It's an existing provider and it's one of the highest needs area in the state. So I'm concerned about it being a 5.
Where would you put it, Bobby?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd probably put it as 3. I mean, I'm open. It's just mainly that I just am worried about ranking Woodburn low.
I think that Staten that is currently where I have ranked as a 3 and Sarah did. Staten is also a priority area in a rural part of Marion County, but maybe we can look at the map again to see. I do understand that Woodburn is a high priority population though, so I would agree with that.
Yeah, I thought Staten was a rural location from what I heard from you ladies, and from the map.
So where would you like me to zoom on the map? I mean, go to
Just a little.
Woodburn.
I think we wanted to see where Staten was. It's over to the east.
Staten's a commuting area into Salem. I mean, my brother lives there. Most of the people in Staten work in Salem. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Staten in
So it.
Sorry.
Sorry, Robin.
I think
my grandchildren in Texas, though. I'll call them back at lunch.
So is Staten in a rural area or it's not a rural area?
Well, I don't see it as rural. I mean, I don't consider myself an expert, but my brother has lived there.
No, I trust your.
It is a commuter community probably, but Woodburn is 2 and Woodburn is on I-5. But it does have a high priority population, so I agree for that reason. But if you look at the map, like I keep trying to move Dana's map. I can't from here. Woodburn here up north, and Staten is the one down below, Sarah, that's
right.
Yeah.
Woodburn right there, and Staten.
I think we have to go by they both called out in the sector plan and as a priority population.
Called out as many times was it? I mean, my notes aren't perfect from the sector plan. Whether it was called out as many times, I don't know.
And Robin, I agree with your ranking, to be honest with you. Once I went over and I look at this, yes, your ranking I agree with.
Okay, so I'm gonna erase this ranking. So let's go ahead and work on this one. Because Sarah, you just said you agree with Bobby's ranking, but I want to make sure. So it's Salem Kaiser 1. That's good. That stays as 1. 2, I have OCDC, Oregon Child Development Coalition. Good. Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then 3. Who's 3? Is it?
Was the North Sanctum. I was doing North Sanctum, but I think we were in a bit of a discussion with it with Bobby of moving that one in the Woodburn, but I agree that it should be 3. And
I wonder if there are others that it seems a little bit like the 3 of us have been having a discussion. Can we call on some of our other members to weigh in and add some thinking too? Because I don't want to be influencing.
Just a reminder that I'm abstaining from this discussion.
Yeah, if the screen, if it can be slid over the spreadsheet over to the right a little bit so I can see the applicant number. There we go, perfect, thank you. I'd like to look at the serving priority population.
For which applicant? It's like, I don't know if you want me to pull it up. We can also do that on.
I think I've got it.
Hi, this is Danielle. I generally agree with the ranking. I guess one question for me is, it seems regionally in the sector plans that children with developmental disabilities and delays are a priority, and I was wondering if there are any of these programs that that highlight that they serve, kids with disabilities and delays. But I want to make sure I have the right language and I don't use the wrong language. Oh, it's children experiencing disabilities is the language that's used in the sector plan.
We can, we have access to the application, so I think for me, I'm just doing what you guys asked me to do. So is that a request to open an application, and if so, which application? And then we can go ahead and take a look at the sector plan.
Actually, could we look at the one for let's see. I was thinking maybe North. Let me see, North. No, that way. I'm having a hard time, like when you're going across,
North Canyon, 579.
Actually, no, that one's fine because it has a 5.0 and it's ranked pretty highly, and I know that it's in a rural area. But it's just a general question that is standing out for me. So I'm not asking to open one up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Danielle, that's a good question. Like, without opening each one up, it would be hard to see what, which, if they had sort of a particular population that they were serving. But I think this is where, sort of back to the committee commitments around recognizing that the independent reviewers did due diligence in their scoring and alignment, and how it aligned to the sector plan. But if you did want to open any up, we could check to see. So let us know.
It seems like the conversation's kind of getting stalled around Woodburn. If we were to open up one of the applications, maybe that would be a good one to start with.
Okay.
If I am the only person worried about Woodburn getting a 5, though, I think we move forward. I agree with Robin that, there were 3 of us talking, and I'm the only one who is concerned, who has expressed concern about Woodburn getting a 5. So if I'm the only one, I think we can move forward.
I'm concerned about it too, Bobby, just because I made a ranking. I want to rank them all appropriately. So you're not the only one that's worried about Woodburn. It's just trying to balance it out with all of the pieces. So that's why I wanted other voices, is because it's not an easy thing.
Yeah, not
easy. It truly isn't easy to try ranking which one comes before the other. It really isn't.
No, it's certainly not.
So did you want us to open up, was it application 321, or are we not? I think that's, Christina has it right here if you need it. Or,
Do I open up the application?
Yeah, it looks like they do have it listed as number 4 on their serving priority populations.
So sector plan for Woodburn, it says that WSD, Woodburn School District Preschool Community has identified the following prior populations to serve. Children aged 4 to 5 from economically disadvantaged households at or below the 200% federal poverty level. Children from Hispanic, Latinx households, including children from migrant program. Children from multilingual households, including our Russian community, children experiencing developmental delays, disabilities, children from socially complex families, children of teen parents, children in foster care, children experiencing household instability, and children with incarcerated parents. Consider the needs of our priority population. The WSD preschool will provide a child-safe environment that fosters positive relationships, rich developmentally appropriate learning opportunities, and program quality focus on staff experience and education. Preschool will be free of charge to qualifying families. In addition, the WSD preschool engages in a full-day program that includes CAP guidelines for nutrition, such as breakfast, snacks, and lunch. The WESD is a Spanish dual immersion program that focuses on equity and inclusion that supports students' home cultures. Further, the WSD preschool follows the WESD academic calendar, the Woodburn School District calendar.
Do we need to look at statement? I mean, since we read this one.
I think that might be a really helpful thing.
Okay, so
application
579. Serving prior populations. This one, it says our region's early care and education sector plan identify children, students from economically disadvantaged areas, children from a Hispanic household, including migrants, children from bilingual households, children experiencing disabilities, children from socially complex families, children of teen parents, children in foster care, housing instability, and or parent incarceration. We currently serve the prior populations in a lot of ways and will do so with our preschool students. We use title funds to add additional services to our English language learners and students who are economically disadvantaged. The students are often fall in many of the other categories listed above. We have an English language development teacher and a full-time assistant who provides targeted services for our students who have been identified as English language learners. We provide both push in and pull out services. We have a full-time Title I reading teacher, a half-time reading specialist, and 4 instructional assistants that focus on providing additional intervention services to our underserved populations. These teachers and specialists will be utilized in our preschool as well. We have a tier intervention process that provides interventions to students who are struggling both behaviorally and academically. We have a behavior specialist that provides services around social emotional well-being who will be available to the preschool students. We also partner with Trillium to provide more intensive services to students and families on the Oregon Health Plan. We have a half-time dean of students who works closely with their parents around desired expectations and behaviors. All of these services have been ongoing for years and will be available to the Preschool Promise program as needed. The Staten Elementary School is the most impoverished school in the district. with over 64% of all students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, as I project that the 2021 school year will be 100% of students qualifying. There you go. So now drink some water.
Drink some water.
Thank you, Dana.
You're welcome.
Okay. I think we just have to do it. We have to choose a ranking and do it.
I'd still keep them there at number 3 for my ranking.
Do you think about moving Marion up to 4 and reversing it with the one, I guess it would have been the hub was 4, moving the hub to 5? I mean, because then it would still be in the top 5. I mean, I guess
yeah, it's still.
I would feel comfortable with keeping North Santiam at 3, moving Woodburn to 4, and then putting the hub down to 5. It seems I like that change that was suggested.
Okay. Any other comments or suggested changes to the ranking? Okay, this one was really hard. Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, and before, I want to make sure that all of you can see. I know it'll be small, but Dana, if you're able to show the whole screen and what they're, whoops, that is small. Sorry, that's not necessarily helpful.
It is.
Sorry about that.
It's a pretty long. I don't know how else I can make it. Unless, I don't know. Unless you want me to do it verbally, but then it doesn't.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure people are aware of what they were making a motion on. Thank you.
Yeah.
I make a motion to vote on this current order, ranking order.
And I will second that.
There's been a motion and second to adopt the rankings as proposed. Is there any discussion? I remembered.
Job.
Fine. Okay. Okay. And will you take the vote?
Sure.
Oh,
and I know that we had some.
We've got 3 people who I don't know how many are voting, but anyway, is that all clear?
Yep, we have that clear, and what we can do for those who are either have identified potential or an actual, they can choose to abstain from the vote. So Sarah Bartlett.
Yes.
Renee Brandon.
Abstain.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Yes.
Robin Hill Dunbar. Robin.
I'm sorry, I thought that I unmuted. Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Carissa Palmer.
Yes.
Jill Ramirez.
Yeah. Oh, no, abstain. Sorry.
Just want to confirm, Jill, you are abstaining. Is that correct?
Abstaining.
Okay. Bobby Weber.
Yes. So we have two abstentions, and the other votes are all yes, and we have no no's, so the motion passed. And it's 12:48, so we will be breaking for lunch, and over the lunch maybe I can talk to Gwen and Dana about how we're going to finish when we get back. But we need to break and move around. And so let's see, a half hour will be 20 minutes after 1:20. We'll be back. Thank you.
All right,
everybody.
you can get some energy, eat some food, a little bit.
Walk around, up and down.
Bobby, did you want to call Sarah? Nice to see you back. There he is.
I am
Renee,
present.
welcome. Okay. Renee Brandon is here.
Present.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Present.
And Robin Hill Dunbar.
Present.
Teresa Palmer. Well, she had to step out. She had a 10 o'clock meeting and a 1 o'clock meeting, so she's been able to come back in and out. So, Jill Ramirez.
Present.
And Bobby Weber.
Present.
Dana,
Okay,
nice to see you back too.
We met, Dana and Gwen and I met during lunch, and just to kind of recoup, we had talked earlier about the public testimony. It's all been recorded, been responded. I mean, the ELD staff is taking care of it, and so I don't know. Gwen, you want to say anything about that?
No, just not necessarily in addition, well, maybe since I'm speaking, yes. I would just want to thank the public for submitting public testimony. We really appreciate that. It's all part of the process, and public comment period ended this morning at 9 a.m. So everything that we had received up until that time was read before the committee members, and ELD staff has followed up with some of the individuals in response to their public comments. So I think we've got that covered. And just a reminder to the public, the chat box is not a space for public comment. It's not being, information that's being sent via the chat box is not taken into consideration by the review committee since the public comment period is over for that. So thank you.
Thank you. So in order to make it through all of the work we have left to do, we're proposing that we try the best we can to keep to the following time. That we start now with Lynn Benton Lincoln and end two or a little after, and then immediately go to South Central, finish that another 30-35 minutes, so 2:40, and then we pick up the fiscal agent applications, and then we will end with the kind of a little bit of a closing. So and about next steps and review process. So that means we'll be watching the clock probably more closely than we have been. I don't think, I mean, every hub deserves our full consideration, so I'm not suggesting that we it all abbreviate the process. Just try and Dana's going to do a little less sharing of details that we can read in the hopes, you know, we're just going to look for places where we can tighten up but still give full deliberation to every hub. So Dana, let's go.
No, it looks like Jill has something to say.
I just had a question. I think you mentioned South Central and then the fiscal, but I didn't hear Southern Oregon early warning.
I think about 2:40 we'll get to Southern Oregon if all goes well. Renee?
I was absent yesterday afternoon, so I'm not sure what happened with the Blue Mountain discussion. Did that get resolved yesterday?
It did. All done.
Alrighty. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. So this is Dana Young. We'll go ahead and move on to our early learning hub of Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln, covering 3 different counties, Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties. A quick summary, this is not a current preschool promise hub. So there's no current preschool promise slots there. So we're looking for an expansion of 150 to 250 slots. For that slots requested, we have 110 coming from Lynn, 48 Benton, and 70 Lincoln. Just as a quick summary here, we have 3 different groups like we've done before. We have a total of 7 applicants in our certified child care center. Then we move on to our group 2, which is our certified family and registered family. Looks like there's a total of 7 applicants there too. And then group number 3, we have 2 applicants there. So for the purposes of this meeting, we've added the city as well. That seems to be helpful to the applicants as we move on. So what I'll go ahead and do is just go ahead and now move to their sector plan and just give a quick, super quick summary, but it's right there for all of you guys to take a look at it. So some per populations, children birth to 2 years of age, that's regional. And then we have children who are emergent bilinguals, and their priority there for geographic regions is Lynn County, Lafayette, Sunrise, South Shore, Benton County, Garfield, Lincoln, and Wilson. And then we have Lincoln County, Ocean Lake, and Yakima View. Children who are native.
School district. Is it clear what they did? That those are school districts? I mean, element catchment areas. Okay. Sorry, that's a bit confusing. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then we have children who are Native American. Just a moment here. Hold on. My apologies there. Children who are Native American or from tribal nations community. So is Lincoln, and they put Siletz, Eddyville, and Toledo. Children who are Latinx, and that is in Lincoln County with, once again, some subsections there: Periwinkle, Lafayette, Sunrise, South Shore, Benton County, Garfield, Lincoln, Monroe, in Lincoln County, Ocean Lake, and Yakima View. And then we have children with disabilities as a regional prioritization. So any, I think we can go ahead and pick up some of this, just quick summaries here. We have a scheduling, so flexibility on scheduling, trust, flexible, once again, flexibility in hours and affordability, culturally competent providers that understand families' cultures, and extended hours to go ahead and accommodate for typical work. In transportation, we have transportation and adequate accommodations for children with limited mobility. Do you guys have any questions before we move to the map on their sector plan? Okay.
I'll just point out that in our workbook, we have communities. Here we have elementary school names. So it's going to take a little, it's not going to be such an easy one-on-one. Anyway.
Okay. We'll move on to the map. So let me take a look here. We'll need to go ahead and zoom out a little bit. So with this county, it's all this, and then it goes up to Lincoln City. So just, stay within that fluorescent blue light. As we can see, we have, some providers here in Albany, Corvallis area. So Lebanon, Tangent, Albany. So these are, kind of where they're planning on doing some of the sites. And then we move, I think there's one right here, Alcea, I believe is the city name. There's one site right there. And then that's where we get into more of the coastal stuff, but we do have to, I think that's Toledo up there. And then let me see if we can, so as you can see with the coast is kind of several ones up and down the coast right there. All the way down to the south, you're gonna have Yachats. I'm sorry, I cannot enunciate.
Yahat. Yahat. Don't look at the, just use your ear.
Yeah, there you go. Oh my God. And then all the way up to then we have Depot Bay, and then it goes up to some I believe that's Lincoln City and so on. Is there a specific areas of the map where you want me to zoom in, zoom out, or anything?
I'm assuming that Siletz it's in Lincoln or around Lincoln City or Toledo. Is it?
It's above Toledo. It's my. It's kind of a little bit in. Where is it showing on the map? No, it's not on the coast. It's a little bit in.
So we have Toledo there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Select north of Toledo.
Community.
Dana, would you be willing to highlight the county for me, please? That we're, oh, never mind, you did it. Thank you. Sorry, I was.
Celeste is just north of Toledo. So
Okay.
So
a little bit
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful because when we look at the worksheet, it's going to show us county, and that since there are 3 counties, for maybe Dana with your mouse or somehow help us indicate obviously Lincoln County is the coast. I think Benton is right there where Corvallis is, and Albany in that eastern side is Lynn. But I just want everyone to be able to kind of see the geographic range that those 3 counties are, so that when we're looking at the worksheet, yeah, so see how Lynn County, I believe, is the one all the way to the right. Is that true? Because Benton is Corvallis.
It goes all the way to the top of the coast, the Cascades.
Yeah, so there's, just in case when we're looking at the worksheet, we want to have all 3 counties represented. And
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and move to are we ready to move to the worksheets?
I think so.
Let's do it. So we're going to go ahead and start with our first group. As I mentioned, we have a total of 7 applicants, so we'll need a ranking of 1 to 7. None of them are proposing transportation. The average, I mean, most of them is just 1 slot, 18, one side, 18 slots. I think the highest one will be the Mid-Willamette Family YMCA, who's requesting 40 slots. This one, we have added the city name to the filter here, so you can see where they're proposing to go ahead and, locate or station some of those slots. Like I said, these are all the scores as out of 225, so there's no hub supplying as a provider, and there's no existing providers. EC sector plan, as I mentioned, everything has been filtered by largest to smallest on the average score first, and then the EC sector plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to you all.
Okay. So observations, comments, moving to ranking.
Dana, for my proposed ranking, I believe that from 1 through 7, from all the way from the top is number 1, all the way down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
To rank them just as they are.
That is correct, but I'm open for discussion, ladies.
I wouldn't really disagree with that, except for Lynn County then gets ranked pretty low. And there's just a little bit of a difference between the Lincoln Depot Bay and the Lynn Albany, although Depot Bay is much more remote than Albany. but because of having representation across the counties, I am inclined to switch the two of their rankings. There's a very few point difference.
With this too, correct?
You're switching Hey Diddle Diddle and Neighbors for Kids?
I believe that would be what I was suggesting, yeah. Just to try and get the 3 counties in the top 5, kind of the 1, 2, 3. Because in the order that they're in, there's 3 Lincoln counties, and there would be 1 Benton. I don't know. Again, anytime anyone has a comment, I expect that someone should push back and say, I disagree, or here's what you should be thinking about. So it's just what came to my mind.
Looks like Renee.
I agree, Robin. We're looking at a few hubs today that have a lot of diversity in geography. And if we aren't mindful of county-specific areas, it could definitely leave some of the counties out of services.
It's very exciting to see these proposals coming in from Lincoln County. That the coast is the underserved, that vastly underserved. And so to see these proposals is so exciting. I don't know who did all the work to get these proposals, but they should get kudos because this is wonderful to see the coast represented. Okay, so is there anybody who would suggest any other changes with this ranking?
No.
Okay, let's go to home-based.
Alrighty, so here we have a total of 7 applicants, so we'll need a ranking of 1 to 7. There are 2 who are proposing transportation. As far as the ranges and slot amounts, it ranges from 4, the lowest is 4, to the highest 12. We do have 3 registered families within this group. So as far as once again, there's no current provider, so their average score is out of 225, with their sector plan included in there. So I'll turn it over.
Okay, observations, comments, potential ranking.
I might suggest for the county diversity with the relatively high scores, taking the only Lincoln County one and moving it rank-wise. So starting with the first one, Happy Munchkins being 1, Peace Village being number 2, based on score and alignment score. And then the Bobby Ann Warwin being moved to 3. And then I'll pause and let someone else take it from there.
I think I had the same. Yeah, so I had number 1 as Happy Munchkins, Peace Village, Nana's. Oh, you had Bobby as number. Oh, I put as number 4, but I agree with you. Number 3. Number 4 would be Nana's daycare. And then I had Awesome Blossom, number 5. Then it's the Mommy daycare, number 6. And then Rocio's? Rocco's?
Lucio?
Rocio's
Rocio's? Okay.
child care.
Yeah, it's number 7. That's my proposed. Put them up for discussion.
2, 3.
So this is heavily using sector scores supported by total scores and ensuring that in the top we have all 3 counties. Is that a good representation of what this list is?
I think so.
Okay. Anybody would like to recommend a change to any of these? Okay, then we're on to the 2 school districts.
Okay, so in group number 3, we just have 2. Both of them are providing transportation. These are one of them 2 sites, the other one's 4 sites, and it's from 30 to 48 slots requested. Looks like one is in Lincoln County, the other one's in Lynn.
And I propose the ranking as they are. So Lincoln County School District is number 1, and then Greater Albany is number 2.
I agree.
Is there anybody who would like it differently? Okay. All right. Then would anybody like to make a motion? We need a motion and a second. And everybody, no conflicts on this one.
No conflicts.
I motion to approve the ranking we have selected.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the rankings as proposed. And now we're open for discussion, looking at all 3 sets.
I'm a little confused about the second set. Mommy daycare, just like home childcare, became second to the last and was initially the 3rd highest score. The sector plan was a little lower. But it looks like it's going more by just sector plan than cities.
Can I share another consideration that I had for that one being lower is it's a small number of slots, which goes with registered families. So I like that, and I appreciate the transportation.
Right.
And we were trying to get geographic across the counties, and so, but I hear your concern.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I can amend.
I just want to.
Oh, go ahead, Gwen.
I just wanted to. We have a committee member, Danielle, who chat boxed me and said that she was trying to. I don't think the audio is working well for her, so I just wanted to make sure that we didn't move too quickly, that we were able to get her comments. So, Danielle, we don't hear you. You want to try again? She says, no, it's okay. Okay. All right, so I did offer her to put in the chat box if there was anything that she wanted me to add, but it sounds like she's okay. All right, well, we hope we can get that figured out, Danielle. Thank you. I just wanted to pause and make sure. Thank you, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for watching. So, Jill, we can amend the motion. So if you would like to suggest any revision in the ranking of the home-based providers, I think that's fine because we can amend a motion.
Mm-hmm. I see where Nana's daycare would be a consideration. The first one's Lebanon. If we could just flip maybe mommy's daycare with even with Awesome Blossom, that would at least put them in the top 5.
Okay, so it was Robin's motion, and the question of whether you would accept this amendment.
Well, that'll teach me to make the motion.
Oh, Renee, you made the motion? Who made the motion?
I think it was Renee.
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at it because what you're suggesting, it's within the same county, so those are both Lynn. One is Lebanon, so mommy's daycare is Lebanon, and Awesome Blossom is Albany. So maybe one is a little more remote than the other. The score is higher on mommy's, and I think that is what your point is that their score is higher, but their sector score is a little bit lower. One is certified family, one is registered. It would potentially serve more children than the other. I don't know. I don't know. Do others agree with that flip? I'm having a hard time justifying, but I just need to hear a little bit more of why you would flip those two, Jill.
The only reason that I would, well, not the only reason, but one of the reasons is that I had not seen Lebanon until this group. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was well represented, I guess.
That's a good point.
And Bobby, I did second the motion prior, so I didn't know how that was pertained.
Well, first we find out if the person who moved it will accept the amendment, and then you will be asked. Gwen, have I got it right? If you amend a motion, the person who made the motion has to accept the amendment. I know that for sure.
Is I would withdraw my motion so that everyone else could, if I could get, I don't want it to be me accepting Jill's proposal and then not have everyone else saying that they want to move to, like they don't have any disagreement. So I will remove, I don't even know if this is a thing I can do. I will remove my motion and withdraw it. And we can see if others would like to disagree with the change in the ranking or not.
Thank you.
And I'm okay with changing it. So just for the record, I am okay with changing it. I just want to hear it from others.
So I just want to make sure so we can capture it so that we can just kind of proceed and not get caught up in the process procedure. So I'm just saying, want to make sure. So Robin is withdrawing her motion, which then puts us back to just sort of general discussion, and then we can kind of start anew. Is that what I'm hearing is happening?
Yes, although the focus of conversation is only on home-based at this point. I mean, anybody can open up anything, but at this point, it's
but the motion's been withdrawn, so okay.
So I don't need to amend my motion, my second motion then, or my second.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't have to. Okay.
Didn't have anything to second. My motion's done, right? I'm just making it. They go.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Just making sure I had the clarification on that. Okay, great.
So, Jill, do you want to move the rankings now, the current rankings?
Yes, I'm looking at the current rankings and tell me if I've got this right. As Happy Munchkins in 1, Peace Village 2, Bobby Ann 3, Nana's 4, Mommy's Daycare 5, and Awesome Blossom 6, and Rocio's Childcare 7.
Correct. Yes, that's what I have.
Okay.
Do you want to move that we accept the recommendations as proposed?
I move that we accept the recommendations to the rankings as proposed.
Okay. Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Sarah. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the rankings as proposed. Is there any discussion? Okay, Gwen, can you call for the vote?
Yes. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan.
Yes.
Great, we can hear you. Great. Robin Hill Dunbar,
Yes.
Melissa Palmer, Jill Ramirez,
Yes.
Bobby Weber.
Yes. So we have 2 absences. And
Just 1 absent. Oh, right, Hadia, sorry.
Yeah. The other votes are all yes. There were no no's. So the motion passed. All right.
Great,
So
thank you.
Thank you. So we're on South Central, and we do have some conflicts here, Gwen.
Yeah, I can identify those. So there is an actual, no, Robin Hill Dunbar said that she just is going to do a no vote, but, and were you identifying that, Robin, not as an actual or potential, but just sort of, is that correct?
Yeah, we have a lot of grant making, especially with school districts, the Ford Family Foundation. So it feels like a no vote, but a discussion.
Yeah, she can participate in discussion. And then we had Jill Ramirez with a potential conflict. So she's able to participate in discussion and also vote. Did I state all the ones those are the ones I'm aware of?
You know, I also may have a potential as well because I worked very closely with one of the school districts in my previous role, and that same school district I'm in my personal life an active supporter of. So I don't know if I should vote.
Okay, so a potential conflict there, but all right, but you're able to participate in the discussion. Okay, thank you, Danielle, for acknowledging that.
she could vote also, couldn't she?
Mhm.
I think for one of them,
her vote could be choose to abstain. Yeah.
I think I
I
should
think it was
abstain
sort of
for one particular district. Yeah.
I think you just have to choose, but I don't think you can, and you can choose not to. Am I correct?
As a potential conflict, she could say that she could vote as a yes, no, or abstain. So,
Thank you. Okay. Clear to you, Dan? It's clear, right?
Yes. So I will participate in the conversation, but I will not participate in the ranking, and I will not vote.
Okay. Thanks, Danielle. All right. Dana. Here we go.
Alrighty. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and move to our South Central Early Learning Hub. The counties that they serve is Douglas, Klamath, and Lake. This is a current preschool promise provider. We currently have 125 slots. With this expansion, we're looking to add in between 75 to 150, giving them a total number of 200 to 275. There's a total of 286 slots being requested in this county. We have 135 in requested in Douglas, 131 in Klamath, and 20 in Lake. We'll go ahead and start as, just real quick, there's only one certified child center that has applied. And then in our second group, we have 5 certified family and registered family. And then our third group, there's actually 9 applicants in that third group. So we're going to go ahead and move to their sector plan, and then we'll go ahead and come back here so we can go ahead and do some rankings and all of that. So just a moment here. Alrighty, so we're going to just go into an overview for South Central. So some of the priority populations that have been identified by this hub is children and families living in geographic isolation and including experiencing poverty. They've identified some priorities regions, which is Lane County, Klamath County, outside of Klamath Falls, Douglas County, outside of Roseburg. Then we have children who are experiencing displacement, families experiencing homelessness, children in foster care, and children in kinship care. That's a regional type of geographic prioritization. Then we have children from Hispanic or Latinx families, regional. Children from Native American tribal families, regional. And then we have, let me scroll down here, children who are experiencing physical or developmental disabilities or delay, including those with mental health concerns and or trauma. Infants and children age 0 to 2 regional. So as we can see, most of their populations are on a regional prioritization, and then we have the ones for the ones mentioned at the top. As we can see, just picking up some of the pieces here in their sector plan, trust the staff so children and families can feel secure, affordable costs, additional state and federal funding, healthy meals and snacks, consistent care providers. So definitely that consistency of care, that continuity of care. They listed that as some of the family preferences. Culturally sensitive providers and services provided in native language, well-trained and experienced staff. And then as I'm looking at, a staff that is smiling, is willing to listen and talk to children. So here is any specific areas of the sector plan or any questions. No? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move to our map so we can learn a little bit about, this region. So just a moment. Interesting. Okay. So as we can see, this is, I'll try to go ahead and zoom as much as I can, but this whole thing, if we keep our eye on that fluorescent line, this is South Central Hub. As far as the providers, we do have some where it's kind of they're all together, and then we have some providers, obviously because of the distance within each city and hub, they're a little bit farther out. Right here, you're going to go ahead and see Lakeview. So there's a site there for Lakeview. Up here, it looks like we have Gilchrist right there. And then here we have Chiloquin. Is there any specific areas where you would like me to zoom in or zoom out?
If you remember from the sector plan, there were comments like outside of Klamath Falls or outside of Roseburg. So if you zoom into those towns, you can maybe, so people can see how far away from Roseburg or, so in Klamath Falls, for example, it looks like most of the applicants are, there's one on the outside, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we have Lakeview right here, and another one that will be in that outer region that they're mentioning will be this one in Chiloquin. And then let me see if we can.
Dana, and I just wanted to remind the committee that we already reviewed 2 tribes that are in this, or serve children in this region. One is the Klamath tribes, and the other was the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribes of Indians. So I just wanted to let you know, whenever we're looking at the sector plan and that was a priority population, that there are 2 tribes that are serving children. And I think, Dana, you had just pulled up the one there in Klamath. That was the tribe.
Mm-hmm. So, and then here's Gilchrist, which is another kind of like outside of that region. Already.
One of the things, so yes, they did say outside of Roseburg and outside of Klamath Falls, but that was for geographic isolation, and then they did regional for the rest. So they really, I mean, one of my observations on the plan was it would have been helpful if they had named some of these small communities if they were prioritizing them, but it seemed like other than for geographic isolation, they weren't naming specific places. Renee, do you have insight into that?
Well, I can comment on my approach to my sector plan. We were very detailed by city, but when the Early Learning Division put together that one-page summary, there would be no way for them to include all of the tables that were very city specific. And so there are some limitations to the data that we're reviewing as a committee, and it could be that South Central had the same experience.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I would also argue, I'm sorry, I agree with Renee, and I would also argue that the need is so vast regionally that you could potentially list every city, and every city is going to have that incredible need. So regional is probably a more accurate way to describe the need across the hub.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
One other comment is that this is another one of the hub regions that's really unique in that there are 3 very distinct geographic regions. And so just like Robin had pointed out with Lincoln County and the need to make sure that it didn't get lost in the shuffle, I think that the same is true of the 3 counties we're looking at, especially Lake County. So just to be mindful of that as we're prioritizing.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we're going to go ahead and move back to our workbook, and at any time, like I said, we can go ahead and pull up the map or what other tools you guys need to go ahead and make necessary there. So we have one provider with the certified childcare. So we have the YMCA of Klamath Falls, 233 of 275 with a 5.0 on their sector plan.
so they're a 1. We really, we don't have to rank them, right?
Right.
Okay.
And they deserve their 1, right? They earned their 1.
It is
Let's
interesting that there were no other centers from the Douglas area. I mean, there were certified family providers, but larger centers. Kind of interesting.
Alrighty, we'll move to our second group, which is composed of 5 applicants here, 4 who are certified family, 1 is a registered family childcare. None of them are proposing transportation, and their slots range from 6 to 12 slots for their entity. Looks like most of them are in Klamath County, and then 1 in Douglas. As far as, so there you go.
Okay, so open for observations, comments, potential ranking.
I have a potential ranking for this one as Wildflower Childcare, number 1.
Mhm.
Little Hands, number 2.
Mhm.
Gosley's Daycare, number 3.
Mhm.
Knickknacks, number 4. And Little Llamas, number 5.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment that I have worked with Little Llamas. It is a bilingual program. I don't know if the other programs offer that. It is the only registered family and I feel like that maybe the application didn't score as high, but I think those are considerations.
The problem is we just don't know about the others. That's information we don't have.
Make a note that for Miriam to, maybe someone can provide Miriam with a notation when they are bilingual programs, and that we as a committee couldn't look at every single one, but we felt it was an important factor.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's called out in their sector plan to be sure to note that.
And Sarah, do you want to say just a little bit more about
a little bit?
I'm sorry, I heard 2 people.
I was just asking if you can blow it up just a little bit so I'm not squinting so much. That'd be lovely.
And somebody else have a comment?
I think Robin.
I was just wanting, and even though I think we're all getting familiar with how we're ranking things, and I'm not ranking on this one in particular, but I can ask questions, is I wondered if, Sarah, you would give some of your logic that you've given before of how you created that ranking list. Some of your reasoning.
So I was going based on the alignment score as well as their average score, and that's how, and for their their location, their need is. So that's how I ranked it. But
I did want to make one other comment about the program, the only program that I have worked with. It is a part of the Rural Registered Family Pilot Project. So Klamath is a very rural area, and that was the other part to that. So I felt that that might be a consideration, even though she scored low.
So are you wanting to alter, to recommend a change in rankings, Jill?
I would like to. I don't know what that would be exactly. Let me, there are numbers. I know that this is the first proposal or grant she has ever written.
Yeah, I think that it's just for sort of the, I'm sorry, Jill, were you still speaking? I don't want to interrupt you.
No, I was thinking.
I want to give, well, I give you time to think too, or talk.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we kind of ran into this. I think it was on the first day and also second day, just sort of, we don't have intimate knowledge of all the providers, and I would venture to say that many of the providers who have applied, this is probably their first application for direct funding to the state. So I just want to make sure that the committee and sharing information that we might know personally, that you might know personally from your experience in the early care and education sector, that it's really difficult for us to, when we don't have the same level of information on all providers, to, if it's something that might be challenging for us in the process to consider.
This concern about people who have skills and knowledge and high competence in working with children, don't have writing ability, has come up since our first conversation. All these as we prepared 3 times and went through, this has come up over and over. So I hope that is a comment made very clearly as a concern of this committee, that ways be found to support the grant writing ability of providers, and who don't, especially those who don't have professional grant writers. So, I mean, it just comes up over and over in our conversation. So I hope that comes out loud and clearly as a concern of this committee. So where are we on the,
Yeah, and one thing to point, because this is Dana, like this topic does keep coming up as far as the grant writing. So definitely an opportunity for us to go ahead and consider as we move forward. Our only, approach to that situation was like the responses don't have to be super intense like a grant writer. They can be as concrete. We were just looking, and that is something that our reviewers were very intentional about, that they were really just looking at like, did the applicant answer the question, right? What's the question there? Was it totally missed? So yes, they want to just point it out that our expectation from the state was not that the applicant was going to submit really long paragraphs and everything. We said there's no minimum to the responses. There's only a maximum of no 1,000 words. So, but definitely we'll make comment to that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just comment too that the ranking scale was fairly detailed, and thinking back when we were doing our own reviews, there were, each one of the categories, to give it a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, was pretty detailed. I mean, it wasn't just a 1 to 5. It's just parroting back what the question was. It was, so I also have been weighing in my mind how someone might get a lower score because they just didn't give any examples or any information. And it may not be quality of writing, it may be just lack of information. Anyway, that's just what's running through my mind.
So Jill, would you like to propose a change in the ranking that we have up on the screen?
I think I'll leave it unless anybody feels that, you know, that it should be changed.
So before we move to the public schools, is there anybody who would like to suggest a change in the ranking for home-based? Okay. Dana, let's go to the big guys.
So we have our third group, and in this one we do have a total of, let me take a look here, 9 applicants. Out of those 9 applicants, 6 are current preschool promise providers. It looks like, let me take a look here. There's a couple that are offering to go ahead and do transportation. It looks like there's a total of 5 wanting to go ahead and do transportation. So with this one, I'll turn it over to you as far as some of that ranking. The purple ones is out of the 275, that black ones are out of 225.
And this is, these are public schools or charter schools and 1 Head Start program.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And we've got some geographic diversity, although in the currently funded programs, they're all Douglas County. That's how I read this.
Yeah,
so,
we have the counties, and then I've added the cities too. So
oh,
it looks like within Douglas. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So they're very different. Yeah, Sutherland, Yoncalla, Winston, Drain. So even though they're all Douglas, they're different. Okay.
And I could propose a ranking.
Okay.
Did I start? Okay, so I did number 1 is Klamath Falls Schools.
Just a moment here.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Number 2 is Sutherland Schools.
Okay.
The next one is Yamakala School.
Yoncalla?
Yes. Number 4 was Winston Dillard School.
Okay.
Number 5 is North Douglas School District. Okay, and then I have Gidris School District.
Okay.
And then Klamath Falls Head Start.
Okay.
And then South Umek or UPEC School.
Umpqua.
Okay, my apologies. Is number 9.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I'm definitely up for like. Go ahead.
I just wanted to go ahead and confirm that the ranking, make sure I didn't miss anything. So 1, I have Klamath Falls City Schools. Number 2, Sutherland School District. 3, Yoncalla School District. 4, Winston Dillard School District. 5, North Douglas School District number 22. Number 6, Gilchrist School. 7, Klamath Family Head Start. 8, South Umpqua School District. And then 9, Douglas County School District number 34.
No, I think I did. No, number 5 was North Douglas. Number 22 was 5. 6 was Douglas County School.
Okay.
Dana, could you read the top 5, please?
Yeah, let me, okay. So 1, Klamath Falls City Schools, right? And let me highlight them because, and then I have 2, Sutherland School District. And then 3, Yoncalla School District. 4, Winston Diller School District. And then 5, North Douglas School District number 22. And
so 2 of the programs that were previously participating are not on the top 5 list.
Then number 6 would be Douglas County School.
let me erase this one's here. Okay. And that one's 6, Douglas County School District number 34, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And then number 7 was Gitris School. It's number 7. And then Klamath Family Head Start, number 8. And then South
Umpqua?
Yes, school is number 9. And I kind of like, yeah, for a little bit more of discussion because where they're located and the needs and stuff would be great.
Well, this is an area where the need is great everywhere, isn't it? I mean, that's my perception of these 3 counties. So somebody made the point that 2 currently funded programs are now ranked 6 and 9. So I think, I mean, you know, but they got a 2.8 on their sector plan and a 3.5. But they got relatively, I mean, 169 out of 275 is a very low score.
And Renee and Robin both had comments, I think, as well. Renee? Oh,
I would, Renee, I'm sorry, I should only look at you guys and not at the Renee?
I was just looking at the Klamath Family Head Start is the only program serving Lake County. And so factoring that in and looking where they would fall in the layering of scores, I would support the first 5 as currently ordered, but I would add Klamath Family Head Start as number 6.
And who else? Was it Robin? Hi, Rob. Yeah, Robin.
Yeah.
That was one of my 2 comments, so thank you, Renee. And the other one was just, remember, if you look at the map, Gilchrist was very remote in the Klamath County area, I believe, and very isolated. And so I just wanted to point out that those were 2 areas that showed up as very remote in our mapping.
Okay. So I have 6 for Klamath Family Head Start and 7 that will be Gilchrist School. Who will be 8? And it suggests, I just want to make sure that, so then will that make 8 Douglas County School District number 34? And do you still want to leave South Umpqua number 9?
Dana, just to clear it out, because you have 2 6s, would you be able to clear out the 9 and I think and then the 6 that was for Douglas there, and I wasn't sure, but there had been a committee member who had said number 7 for Gilchrist based on isolation, or that was not necessarily, I know that Robin was not ranking, but is that where we're at? And Dana, your cursor kind of over the, okay. Thanks, that might help clean it up a little bit.
So this is right, we just need an 8 and a 9.
Okay, so 8 Douglas, and then the other one 9, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so before we move, is there anybody who would like to make a change in this ranking?
I'm not making a change in the ranking. I just wonder if someone could, for the record, state the decision, that last decision. I know that it's because of the sector plan difference, but the scoring was quite a bit of difference. And so I just thought for public record, we should state why we were prioritizing the 8 and 9 like we were.
It looks like we're matching the scores, Robin, so it seems like you don't think we are. So can you explain? I mean, they only got a 2.8, 9 only got a 2.8 on the sector. That's the lowest score.
Yeah, the average score is 209, which is quite a bit higher than 169, right? Am I looking at that right? And the sector score, there is a difference, obviously, but there was quite a bit of difference in the average score. They're both in the same county. They're both, I would say, rural components of Douglas County, although Myrtle Creek is more on I-5 than Elkton for sure. So Elkton is more remote. Anyway, I just wanted, when we make a decision like that, if it's not really clear to others, I just like it if we state why, so that people are like, was that random, or did they have a reason why they ranked them like they did?
Well, let me throw out, I'm assuming we're doing it based on the sector score combined with, and when you put the 2 together, it appeared to us that that was the lowest. But if, I wasn't the one who gave it the 9. So did I hear accurately?
Renee?
Well, I didn't give it the 9 either, but to move us forward, to me, it does make sense to look at the higher sector score and the rural geography, and weigh that more than the average score on the application.
Is that logic? All our names are going to go on that logic. So can everybody accept that logic?
Could that be repeated, please? The logic.
Higher sector score and a more rural or geographically isolated community overweighed having a lower average score. How'd I do, Renee?
I'm not voting, but I feel like that's more reflective of the need than perhaps an average score.
So you support that logic?
I do.
And we'll add that comment because we think it better reflects the needs of children and families, or best reflects the needs of children and families. Okay. Any disagreement? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion to move forward and accept the rankings.
I move that the committee accept the rankings as presented for South Central.
And I'll second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the rankings as proposed. Is there any discussion? When can you hold, count?
Sure. Yep.
Poll the members.
I will, Bobby. Yep. All right. So I know we do have some members that are have informed us of some conflicts, so we'll probably be hearing that come through in this voting. But Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
Renee Grandin?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan?
Abstain.
Robin Hill Dunbar?
Abstain.
I don't know if Carissa Palmer's back. Sadia Miller, we know, is out for the rest of the afternoon. Jill Ramirez?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And Bobby Weber?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have, I believe, two absent and 2 abstentions, and the other votes are yes, and there were no no's, so the motion passes. And we are on to the last hub. Is that, I believe, Southern Oregon. Dana, take us away.
Alrighty then, we're gonna go ahead and move to our last hub, and then we will have the fiscal agent. So stick around a little bit more. So we have Southern Oregon Early Learning Hub. We have, this is gonna be a large hub, lots of applicants, so I'll just go ahead and start with that. This is a current preschool promise hub. We currently have 216 preschool promise slots, looking for an additional expansion of 75 to 150 for a total of 291 to 366. There's a total of 763 slots requested. So definitely lots of interest and excitement to become a preschool promise provider here. Our first group, which is the Certified Child Care Center, we have a total of 6 applicants for that group 1. And then for our second group, Certified Family Registered Family, group 2, we have a total of 22 applicants in this area. So lots of interest there. And then our third group, we have a total of 5 groups. So definitely lots of activity there. So what I'm going to do is let's go into the sector plan, and then we'll come back and we'll go ahead and take each group at a time. So let's take a look here. Oregon. Oops. Alrighty there. So in this hub region, they've identified 4 different prior populations. The first one is children under the age of 3 regionally. children birth to 5 without early learning opportunities prior to kindergarten, living in areas of high poverty with low reach rates, especially in rural communities. Regional geographic prioritization there. Then we have children birth to 5 experiencing a disability or delay in or mental health condition. Children birth to 5 whose home language is Spanish. So all of those prayer populations are at a regional geographic prioritization. Just in looking at some of those family preferences here, quality of the teacher and staff, interactions with children, environments clean, well-maintained, flexible hours of operation and availability. It looks like for their second prayer population, it's the same, except they've added out-of-pocket costs for families. Then on the third one, provides accommodations for child's needs, either physical or behavioral. And then on the last one there, we have flexible hours of operation and availability. So lots of engagement. They did added an additional consideration, programs that demonstrate culturally and linguistic responses practice and have policies and practices in place to increase this supports. So any questions on Southern Oregon? Go ahead, Robin.
I just wanted to verify that Renee had brought up the sector plans before and how it might say regional, but the large document might have all of those towns broke out. And is that what we're seeing when it just says regional everywhere? And it's hard for us to see White City might be a priority area, but it doesn't come. Okay, so when we look at the map, maybe we can all think together about areas that are more remote.
And to expand on that, Robin, in our region, there were not any communities that had enough supply to meet the demand, but we did emphasize that our more rural communities had greater barriers to access overall in our region.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move us to our map, and then we can go ahead and dive into some of that. So just a moment. County, I'm pulling up. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out so we can go ahead and take a look at all the applicants. So it's really this area right there. That's what this have covered. So I'll go ahead and start zooming in into some of those areas, so where the applicants are. I think some of them that are on the outside there. It's going to be, we have Cave Junction is one of the applicants that is proposing a site right there. We have Wolf Creek, another city that's in the outskirts. Then we have Selma City.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Williams City. And then, I mean, this one you could qualify still out there, White City. Eagle Point and Central Point. And we have Ashland out there. So is there a particular area where you like me to zoom in or zoom out?
I have a quick question. So these ones that you just named, are these rural locations?
Most
Yes.
of them
Okay.
are, yeah.
Someone might not think Ashland was rural, but
not Ashland, but all of the others.
Yeah.
We didn't mention
so like Eagle Point.
Josephine County.
Named some of the towns in Josephine to the, yeah.
Take a look here. White City.
And Josephine is rural?
Josephine is to the, where Grants Pass is, that line between, that's the county line right there. Do you see that? Yeah.
Okay.
That's all of Josephine County is the west side of, there you go.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Grants Pass is the largest town. Renee probably has more information.
I actually have a technical question for Gwen. Given the large number of applicants for my county, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate or if it would be inappropriate to share what I know about the child demographic split between Jackson and Josephine County in terms of need, or if that would be outside the scope of what this committee should be hearing from me as a resident and hub director of that region.
Renee, you've already identified that you have an actual conflict with this region, but I think that as a, if you're able to speak to the questions that the review committee asks, then I think that would be appropriate, because I think we're trying to understand, I think they're trying to understand the community, the needs, and so I think that it might be most appropriate if, I don't know, review committee, if you're able to ask, Renee, you're part of this expert committee, and we want to make sure that the review committee has as much information as possible without creating any potential for inequity amongst the providers and the information we might have on individual providers. But I think speaking general terms of the community is totally appropriate.
Okay, so Renee, I am going to ask you those questions. If you can clarify those, that would be lovely, because I like to know if, say, one is more of a need compared to another, like
So
we've done in the past.
There's two conflicting pieces of information that I'll share. It may not clear it up, but hopefully you'll see kind of the challenge in our region. In terms of child population, especially those in our 200% federal poverty level or below, about 75% of the children in our two-county region are in Jackson County, and about 25% are in Josephine County. Having said that, Josephine County has the second highest poverty rate in the state of Oregon. And so of the children who live there, fewer of them have access to early learning opportunities if it is not a state-sponsored program.
Great, thank you for actually giving that clarification on those.
Can I ask a clarification with the population, overall population difference between Jackson and Josephine? Is that, would you say it's per capita or percentage relative to the population? Because if it's only 25%, but then Josephine County is also, I don't know, 25% of the population of Jackson County. So I'm trying to get a sense of proportionate.
And I can only give you the child population data that's the 75-25% split that we most recently did with our data analysis. But having lived in that region for a long time and looking at funding distributions between the two counties, historically there has been about a 75-25% split, because I think that has been kind of the breakdown of the community, those two regions, for a long time. But I don't have any more recent data other than the child population data.
So just the implication I'm taking from this is we have more children in general and more poor children in Jackson County. I mean, it's got Medford, one of the biggest cities in Oregon. So that would make sense. But what we've got is smaller community, smaller population, and probably it must be, and lower incomes. If they're the second most poor, or if they rank on poverty too, they're much poorer than Jackson County. So.
Correct. As a county, when you break it down into communities within Jackson County, there could be, disparities there. But as a county, Josephine County is one of the poorest.
So that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of poor communities in Jackson County. It just means,
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and move back. Go ahead.
Oh, one more comment, and I think we've made this before, but the more we can see at a more discrete level the community, children, and families that a program will serve, the better able whoever's doing the reviews will be to get to populations that are removed from access to, have less access to services or something, anyway. So it's just that's more like for the future. It really helps when the maps help, and but that says where the applications are. It'd also be good to have sense of a more discrete sense of need. Anyway, Dana, I'm sorry.
No worries. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move us to our workbook right now. So as I mentioned, in group number 1, we have 5 applicants. 3 of them are current preschool promise providers. Go ahead.
Before we continue, I'm noticing on this one, on the last one, while you're reading through it, it has a 0.0 sector. Is that a discrepancy?
Well, let's
on the Gingerbread House Early Learning Center.
That is the sector plan that they ranked on.
There's no discrepancy. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, so where was I? Okay, sorry, let me go ahead and gather my thoughts here. So 6 applicants in group number 1. 3 of them are current preschool promise providers. Let's imagine that, Root Swings and Kid Time Discovery Experience the Learning Law. And then we have 3 new applicants. On this one, we're able to go ahead and provide you with the city name and the county. The purple ones are out of 275, and that one's color in black is 225. It looks like there's 2 providers who are wanting to go ahead and do transportation, and that's going to be Sugarloaf Community Association and Imagine That. So, and this one, for clarification, for Imagine That, it looks like they're planning on doing some sites in Grants Pass and the other one in Selma. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby.
Okay. So for the centers, any observations or beginning to rank?
Yeah, I know the Medford First Church of the Nazarene, they have a 3.8 sector plan, and the one above them, Sugarloaf Community Association, has a 1.5. So I'd be interested in kind of just switching their rankings if we were to conceivably rank the first 3 in order.
Okay, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, and then 5, 4, 6.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Danielle. Any comments on this ranking?
Okay.
It sounds like we're ready to move. Oh, no, somebody had a comment.
I was just saying I agree to that. That's exactly what I had for my ranking.
Alrighty, we're gonna move to group 2, which has a total of 22 applicants. It's a pretty large group, so I think to go ahead and make sure we're good, we're gonna go ahead and do the first 5, and then we can take the second 5, third 5, 4, 5, and so on, so that way they don't get lost. So with this one, we have, let's take a look here. I don't even know where to start. We have a pretty nice split here. We have plenty of registered family and plenty, a lot of certified family. You can go ahead and see them right there by city. Let me take a look here. The purple ones are going to be current providers. So we have Happy Face Childcare Development, 9 slots. They rank 272 of 275 with a 5.0 sector plan. I'm just realizing that if I mention one at a time, we're going to spend a long time. So I'm going to stop right now. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, because I think I want to make sure that we give, you know, all the hubs equal opportunity, and I don't want to rush the committee, that we just please go ahead and pay attention to like the spreadsheet there that's been provided. As you can see, we have a pretty high, it looks like the lowest amount requested is 4 all the way up to 64 slots. Within this group, it looks that we have two of the providers wanting to go ahead and do transportation. I'm going to go ahead and open up this data so you can go ahead and see the cities, but it looks like they're all just going to be within that city that's listed. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this so you have a little bit more clean data there to refer to. So.
Okay, Robin, you had your hand up?
I was going to ask her to expand that, so she already did that. Thank you, Dina.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. So we're looking for the top 5. So instead of worrying about everybody, look for the best.
I have the first 2.
Okay.
The one thing I wanted to know.
Oh, go ahead, Robin.
I just wanted to know that the top 5 process might lend itself to leaving only Jackson County. So I just wanted to tuck in a little, like, look for diverse county as well. If we were doing top 5 on such a big list when only Jackson had existed.
Okay.
Dana, could you, since it's Jackson and Josephine, 2 J's, maybe if you highlight the ones in Josephine County, so just to kind of, so people can see, the review committee members can see which ones are there. That I don't know if that'll be helpful because it's quite a list.
There we go.
And Dana, I just wanted to thank you for getting the cities in there for us. I know that White City is typically one of those that a lot of the parents come from, the lower income parent.
So Dana, I have is the Happy Faces Childcare is number 1. La Casa del Arbol is number 2.
Wait, hold on.
I'm
not sure I see Casa del Arbol. What's the application number?
56.
Okay, so the first one is 46.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about why
And
that
then,
would be? Can you explain why that would be number 2?
Oh yeah, I found it. Thank you.
The La Casa one. I was looking at the sector score, and I was also looking at the average score and the fact of the county that it was in.
Okay, I think, you know, I think we have to be careful. If with the 75-25% population switch distribution, we can't have equal numbers of Jackson and Josephine. I mean, Renee?
Just to make it more, yeah, just to make it more complicated, many of these family child care providers that you see before you serve Spanish-speaking families, and the majority of Spanish-speaking families live in Jackson County, if that clarifies anything.
Something that might help as a review committee is to remember also that it's how you rank, but then also what we capture in the notes around the considerations and what you'd like Miriam to consider when she's making decisions around final awards. So just want to put that out there as well, that there's two places to capture some of the information that you're wanting to provide to Miriam in your recommendation.
And I know that, we don't want, Jackson is just going to dominate by sheer numbers of sort of the size, population of kids. But I would feel comfortable with the one that we were talking about. I'm having a hard time because it's such a long list, but the Josephine County, La Casa del Árbol, going up a little bit higher, maybe like in the 6 or 7 range, but not necessarily a top 5, because I feel it kind of negates, the fact that these providers already exist in Jackson and they are serving, populations that do have need for the high quality early learning experience.
So Danielle, do you have a second to propose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Do you have, we have a proposed one of happy faces. Do you have a proposed second, third, whatever?
Yeah, I mean, my proposed top 5 is the top 5 that exists. And then either putting in La Casa del Árbol in like maybe the as number 8.
Okay. What's 6 and 7?
Or just the one I think I'm having a hard time with this. My eyesight isn't fantastic. So the preschool promise application providers that already exist, but keep them as they are in Jackson, that top 7 or 8, and then add the La Casa del Árbol right below them, because I'm feeling like, yes, we want Josephine to be represented, but it almost feels somewhat artificial to elevate Josephine provider in the top 5. So I would feel like okay with them being like right after the last preschool promise provider, because it does hew to the score and it does seem to be commensurate with the sector plan and their average.
Mm-hmm.
So then we would go 1 through 8 and then jump down to the one in Josephine, and it would become 9. Am I following?
Yes, that's my recommendation. So we go from SPL, Child Environment LLC, to La Casa del Árbol.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've done 1 through 9, and we could see what people think of that.
Is the Great Beginnings, I'm trying to look across, is that the Rogue River Jackson that has a 2.8 for a sector alignment?
Correct.
I mean, Rogue River is more remote or rural than Medford, but that's a pretty low sector score, and it's not a big difference in the average score. So I'm noting that if others notice that, to possibly consider reversing those order.
So you make
7 and 8.
Sorry.
Versing, what would you make? What would it become? Would it become 8 or 9?
it would become 8 and the other would become 7. It would be just flip-flopping those two. But I mean,
Okay.
I'm not suggesting we do that. I'm just noting that there was a big difference in sector score. But it is Rogue River, so it is more remote. So I was kind of speaking out of both sides of my mouth. And then I hear the argument of the 75-25, and I get it. We haven't looked at all of the other regions that way, and I feel like I should have been representing Klamath and Lake that way with Douglas, because there's, and so I find myself conflicted a little bit about Josephine County knowing the high poverty, knowing how much of a childcare desert it already is, and I don't know. So I struggle with not putting Josephine any higher, but then if you expand to where we see this whole portfolio of this region, as long as we have some other Josephine options that are in the ranking in the 2 other categories, it might feel better to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then,
are we doing this?
Are you? May I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the proposal then to move La Casa del Arbol, switch places with that and the SBL, or was it the one that's 2.8 and I can't see the name, which is Great Beginning?
I think they were switched to Great Beginnings being lower ranked because of sector score than, I can't read that either, SBL environment. Yeah, so that's what the purpose is.
So Great Beginnings goes below SBL and La Casa del Arbol.
No, we didn't move La Casa yet. And if somebody wants to move it, we moved it yet. It's number 9.
I'd like to move it up.
I had La Casa as number 2, the beginning. So the Happy Faces were number 1, La Casa del Arbor was number 2. But then you guys wanted to change that?
It got switched to number 9 with the proposal to rank them 1 through 6 in the order in which they were. So we can switch it back, but it did get switched.
I don't know if I feel personally comfortable with La Casa at number 2, but I could see it, replacing or taking the ranking of Great Beginnings as it exists right now in the lineup and switching places with Great Beginnings. Or going right after SBI's Child Environment LLC. But to be number 2 just doesn't seem right to me.
Okay, Dana here. So it looks like we're good with 1, 2, 6, right?
Yeah.
So 6 we're okay. And then Great Beginnings. Do we want that to be? It sounds like do you want that to be 7, 8, or 9? Let me go ahead and highlight this right here. Because currently what I have is I have Great Beginnings 8, SBL Child Environment 7, and then we have La Casa del Arbol 9. So what switching do we need to do with those 3?
I think La Casa del Arbol has to go above Great Beginnings, or should, because of that sector piece.
So then it would be.
Go ahead.
It would become 7, is that right?
I'm comfortable with it being 6, 7, or 8. I'm kind of agnostic, but I think that it has to be above 9 or 10. and great beginning.
So then that will be Casa del Árbol 7. And then Espial, do we do 8 or 9?
I
Because
keep
it-
them reversed. That was, we already, so 9 will be, it'll be 6, 9, 8.
6, 9, 8. And then 7.
Yeah, well, that,
Okay.
right. Okay, how does that look to people? That's just what I had picked up from the comments going back and forth in the order that people wanted them. Can we keep going?
Almost halfway through this group. Yeah.
We're trying to be done in 10 minutes if we can. I mean, we've got to be fair, so, but, so we're up to 9. If we've made it through 9, can somebody know who they think 10 is?
Maybe New Sunrise is sector score is higher than M and J, and yet their average scores are very minimal differences.
Okay. So then it will be.
And it is, they're almost identical. So wherever we put one, we put the other one right behind it, right? Because they're almost identical.
Yeah. So that would be 10 and then 11.
Okay.
So then the hard choice is whatever's 202. Does it become 12, or do we pick up, or do we keep going down and then it's even lower than 12?
I think what I was suggesting is the score of 202 be 11.
Oh, well, 198 and 197 are both 4.5.
Yeah.
They're almost identical.
You're right. Yep. You're right. So then maybe going up to the 202 for 12.
And it becomes 12.
Sure. And then maybe the 186 is 13.
It's got the dilemma of down, we have a 4.3 and a 4.5, both with much lower, well, yeah, substantially lower average scores. Do we, how do we want to handle them?
Wow, and they're also in more remote areas, Eagle Point, White City. I think I heard that those are priority areas. So that's another consideration.
Which is,
so would you make them 14 and 15?
Yeah,
Given
maybe
the high sector and high needs?
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Which one gets the 14?
167, 4.3. I don't think that it could be reversed.
No, I think that's the right way because of the higher score. Yeah, and then 15.
Yes.
Danielle, did you have something? I just want to make sure you kind of cut out there as well. So.
I have a question about the word is seeds of greatness. Is that lower then because it has a 2.5?
9 is great beginnings.
That's in Josephine County. I'm having a hard time just seeing the screen on the GoToMeeting because I have eyesight issues and it's kind of small. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm wondering if we go up and then just start bringing them down and just in order, because they're not looking, some of them look almost identical. So we go 14 down below and then pick up 16, 17 and just go on down.
Okay.
I'll try it out, see what people think when we see it. Okay. And any we want to move around?
I feel okay with it, but I feel like I have limited knowledge of that, or I have a very basic knowledge of that region. So if people who have more knowledge can chime in, without, perhaps giving too much detail because of the relationships and whatnot, I think that would be helpful for me.
Well, I'm hesitant to share much more than I've already shared. The one other thing I could comment on is just if there are struggles between any entities to really be looking at the city and focusing on those that are serving more rural communities. I think Jill has called out, or maybe it was Robin called out White City as one of those more rural and more high poverty areas, as is Rogue River, Eagle Point, some of those. Rather than being very Medford or Central Point centric, that's just kind of my geographic opinion.
I agree with that completely.
I also wanted to note that we've had this conversation before. There's this one that is requesting 64, and it's a certified family, and they have 2 sites, active learning center, and it just stood out to me if you couldn't have 64 and have 2 sites. But I know we're kind of tabling, but it was a little bit odd to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robin, I checked that out. There's one site with 14, and there is provided a certified family license number for that. And the other site is a site requesting 50 slots, indicates it's exempt, but it appeared to maybe be like a new site, like something. So this could be somebody who is thinking about, that it's, sort of in preparation for something down the road. So, but if you wanted more information, but I think that's why, but currently right now it's a certified family, one site asking for 14, but then it seems like there was an expansion into something maybe new and different. Because that licensing classification would not support it. So I'm thinking that it would be which is exciting to think that some people are thinking about changing and really expanding services in different communities. But I think we've seen that throughout when we've had those kind of questions around the numbers.
Right. Okay, anybody want to recommend a change in any of these rankings before we move on to the larger organizations? Okay, let's go. We've got 5.
Okay. Yep. Okay, we're almost there. So we have a total of 5 applicants in this group 3. We have the Family Nurturing Center. They're offering transportation. So it looks like in this group, we have 2 with transportation. The amount of slot ranges. Minimum is 25, highest is 80. You have the cities, you have the county. Two of these entities are current preschool promise providers. That's the Family Nurturing Center and the Southern Oregon Child and Family Council. So I'll turn it over to you. We have 5 here, so you can give me your top 5.
Yes, yes. Okay.
I would just note that Wolf Creek is very remote. And while it is on I-5, it is a very rural area, and they have a higher sector score. So if there was any out of the current order, that I would suggest that they might hop up 1 and higher than OCDC in this particular case. But there's not a lot of difference in that. It's just me wanting to make sure that the area is considered as much as the school.
So what's number 1?
So I would keep, in that particular scenario that I was suggesting, the Family Nurturing Center would be 1, Southern Oregon Child and Family Council would be 2, Sunny Wolf Charter School would be 3, OCDC would be 4, and Kids Unlimited would be 5.
That sounds good to me.
Me too. Is there anybody who would like to move any, make any movement in these rankings? Okay, so is there someone willing to make a motion to accept? Oh,
I just wanted to, just before we move to motion, sorry, I'm so, I know that there were a lot of questions that Renee was able to answer because of her area of, expertise here. But I just wanted to, before we moved into the motion, if there was anything, because she is, has sort of a declared actual conflict here, if there was anything that the committee wanted to make sure gets put in the notes about communities and anything for Miriam to consider, because I wasn't sure. I know that Renee was giving us some information, but I just didn't know if there was any statements, and that can wait until the discussion as well. I just wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity if you needed it.
I think I would maybe make a comment that all of us are aware of, and I would assume Miriam is, the Early Learning Division is, all of the hubs that are multi-county. There's always a dynamic of more population dense counties versus another. There's some forced marriages in those hubdoms. I'm making up my words, And so it's a dynamic and looking for balance where we are trying to be as fair as possible, and knowing it is not an easy thing to do when we are trying to look across these communities. But I appreciated all of the thoughts that people have shared. Each hub that's listening must be like cringing at times, thinking, our county has this dynamic you don't understand, and this community is this. And so I just want to acknowledge we know that, and it's very hard.
I guess the one comment, and I think Miriam's going to get it loud and clear, is that this committee was giving high priority to communities that lack services. That was, we tried, or, it was a goal of this group. It just keeps coming up. So. Okay. Other comments for Miriam?
I would say also that we're looking for that, but also without sacrificing all of the benchmarks, the best practices, the things that we're seeing on the sector plans in lieu of just serving other communities. I think we kept all of it as much as possible. I think we kept it all
Right.
trying to figure out how to put them all together. And so
Right.
that was really hard.
With
Right.
the
My head is sore from trying to remember so many things at the same time. Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Bobby, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we captured that. Okay.
Okay. So if we're ready to move, I would welcome a motion to accept the ratings as proposed for Southern Oregon Early Learning Services.
I'll make the motion to accept the recommendation as proposed.
I'll second
Thanks,
that.
Danielle. Okay. Thanks, Robin. So it's been moved and seconded that we accept the recommendations as proposed for Southern Oregon Early Learning Services Hub, and we will now be open to discussion of the motion. Okay, Gwen, can you call the roll?
Certainly can. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Abstain?
Danielle Pacifico Kogan,
Yes.
Robin Hill Dunbar,
Yes.
Carissa Palmer,
Abstain. I recently rejoined.
hi Carissa, Jill Ramirez,
Abstain.
Bobby Weber,
Yes.
and Hidden
So
Miller
we
is
have,
absent.
okay, so we have 1 absence, 3 abstentions, and the rest are all yeses. So we, and no no's. So the motion passes, and we did all the hubs, and we have one.
Okay. So,
And
yes.
I know that when we met during lunch, we said we wanted to get to the fiscal agent applications by 3:20, and you guys did it by 3:22. So, congratulations.
Awesome. Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and then transition. So maybe just give me 2 minutes to go ahead and switch some of the workbooks here, so we can now go ahead and transition to our fiscal agent RFA. So that concludes all of our hubs. Everything has been ranked. And just for those members of the public, know that these are, these are just rankings. Our review committee are proposing. The final decision will be made by our ELD director. So all of the information that we captured during this review committee meetings will be submitted to our director in a form of a report, including some of those recommendations that this review committee is having too. So let me just give me a moment here to switch brains to the fiscal agent, and I'm sure you guys probably need a minute here to switch to.
Do we want to take 5 minutes or something, or are we all good?
Robin said it's 5, so that's 2 of you who say 5. So we will start again at 3:30.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Name sort of Sarah. I see Sarah's back. Renee. Danielle, are you back with us?
Present.
Hi.
Yep,
Okay,
here.
Robin. Thanks, Danielle.
Present.
Robin. Carissa.
Here.
Great. Jill
Here.
and Bobby. Great. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Alrighty. So, okay, we're ready. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and switch gears. As I mentioned, within our Preschool Promise program, we had 2 RFAs open. One is to be a provider, which we have all just completed ranking. And then the other RFA is what we call the fiscal agent RFA. And the purpose of this RFA is that we were looking for entities across the state who can go ahead and provide business acumen and technical assistance and just a variety of administrative functions to those who are selected into Preschool Promise. One of the difference with this grant, though, is that we really wanted it to be a business choice, whether they needed that kind of support or not. Yes, in the applicants, some of them may have already had an accountant that they were working with, or a fiscal person, or maybe an entity within their community that's already providing that business acumen and support. So it is a little bit of it's a different grant. So the grant opportunity, this grant is divided into 2 phases. So phase 1 is the selected fiscal agents will receive a $5,000 grant just to get acquainted to what is Preschool Promise, what is some of those reports or the grant that we have available. And then phase 2 is really pairing them with that provider who may have requested a fiscal agent, and then that provider will go ahead and pay that fiscal agent a $240 per child cost. So to go ahead and just pay for those services. Some of the, take a look here. Some of the activities that we're going to find or are expected to be delivered by the selected fiscal agents is phase 1 is really understanding the grant, right? Understanding the grant, some of the fiscal and reporting requirements of the Preschool Promise grant for those who get selected, attend ELD meetings, so really just understand that support and what is Preschool Promise. And then phase 2 is provide technical assistance to ensure Preschool Promise providers meet the fiscal and reporting requirements, helping them develop certain processes within their organization to be successful with the grant, connect them to business acumen or other business resources or state agencies. So really that liaison, and it says right here, assist Preschool Promise providers in developing appropriate fiscal reports and processes, just to go ahead and ensure that hiring, marketing, so it's really that business acumen pieces. As we move forward with Preschool Promise, providers or applicants have asked, like, who's going to help me, right, with the grant? This is the first time that the ELD is doing this kind of direct contract, with one of our programs. So for this next implementation, we are going to be collaborating with our CCRNRs to go ahead and provide a lot of that quality and technical assistance when it comes to that program and the services to the child and all of that. And then with our early learning hubs, we're looking at the what we call coordinated enrollment. So really all of that paperwork that it goes with eligibility, selection, and placement. So this is a piece that was optional for the applicants. So we were able to capture on the application whether they wanted or they were seeking the services of a fiscal agent or not. This RFA, we only received 5 applicants interested in becoming a fiscal agent. Each of you were sent some summaries for that grant. So I'm going to go ahead and switch gears to the workbook for this. So what I'll do is I'll do a really quick summary on each of the applicants. I'm being asked to make it bigger, maybe not too big. Okay, good, hopefully. Okay, so I'm just going to give a quick summary for each of the applicants. We only have 5. So applicant number 6 is Malheur Education Service District. The counties of operation, what they consider their service area, will be Baker, Malheur, Wallowa. Within the application, there were 2 data elements that we grabbed that we felt were important to go ahead and consider as we're doing some ranking. And that was equity, how they score on equity, and then how they score on technical assistance, actually like giving technical assistance to a business owners or individuals. So for Malheur's Education Service District, their average score was a 5, technical assistance a 5. The overall maximum score was 40. Their overall score was 36. So we went ahead and put a little summary for you all. All of you guys have access to this, so you can also read it. The next applicant was applicant number 10. Let me try to make it bigger if I can. And this one was Harney ESD. Their service areas, Harney and Grant. 4.5 on equity, 4 in technical assistance. Overall score was 35.5 out of 40. Then we have applicant number 23, Elton Charter School. Service area is Douglas. Equity 4, technical assistance 3. Overall score is 34.5. Then we do have the Klamath Family Head Start, servicing Klamath and Lake, 5 on equity, 5 on technical assistance, overall score 34. And then our last one, to be a fiscal agent here, we have Umatilla Moro Head Start. Their service area is actually Baker, Gilliam, Grant, Harney, Malheur, Moro, Sherman, Umatilla, Union, Wallowa, and Willer. On equity was a 1.5, and on technical assistance a 0.5. And then the overall score was a 14.5. So I'm going over them. We do have some additional data elements for you all. So on this one, you see kind of a summary of everything, all of the scores that I just showed you. So you're going to go ahead and have looking 6, 10, 23, 24, and 28. We were able to go ahead and pull up some data as to how many of the applicants that you all just ranked are saying that they will like a fiscal agent. And that was 58 applicants across the entire state who are requesting this service. And just to make it more interesting for you all, we ended up like how many within each of the county regions. So we can see being Baker, Benton, Clackamas, Clatsop, Coos, it's, you know, between 1 and 2. So let me go ahead and just zoom in on just this part. That way we don't have to. And it looks like the biggest counties that were looking for this type of support is Multnomah at 12 and Washington 6. All of the other counties listed is like 1 to 5 will be their request. What you see on the workbook is pretty much our grants team did a wonderful job of developing some maps for you guys, so we can show you like what each of the applicants was their service area, and then what we'll do for the purposes of this part of our ranking and your work is we'll do the same thing. We'll just score however you want us to. So we put in the rankings here. We don't have that, you know, landscape type of scoring there. We felt that showing you the maps and all of that will be beneficial to this. So I'll turn it over to you. And I know this RFA is shifting gears and is like what is this? What was the purpose? So Gwen and I are here to go ahead and answer any questions that you may have in regards to this RFA. Go ahead, Gwen. Thank you. We're going to say something.
Yeah, I just, now that I just, before it went open for open discussion and questions, I just wanted to, now that the 5 applications have been introduced, I wanted to do a check-in with the review committee to see if anyone had a partial or an actual conflict of interest in regard to any of the applicants. I just wanted to capture that before we go through. So I'll probably just, if it's okay with you, Bobby, go through the list of review committee members, identify that, and then we'll go into discussion. I just wanted to, before we open up to discussion, make sure I captured that. So, so this is to see if anyone would like to acknowledge that they have either a partial or actual conflict of interest with the 5 applications for fiscal agents. So Sarah Bartlett.
I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Renee Brandon.
No conflict.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
I have a partial conflict of interest with the Malheur Educational Service District.
Thank you, Danielle. Robin Hill Dunbar.
I don't have a conflict, but it's possible. I'd have to do some looking up. It's possible that we have a current grant with Elkton. It's like, it's not my grant, but it's likely. So I might abstain like I have before.
Okay. So it's a, you'll let us know if, so, but it sounds like it's not an actual, so you will be able to participate. Okay. Carissa Palmer.
No conflict.
Thank you. Jill Ramirez.
No conflict.
And Bobby Weber.
No conflict.
All right. Thank you. Bobby, back to you.
So I have a bunch of questions.
Or to Dana, I'm not sure.
The committee, I mean, I'm having trouble tracking this. So let's open it to the committee. I bet other people have the same questions I do. So. Anybody got a question for Gwen? Renee.
I'm not sure, maybe this was already stated. I was busy trying to look at all the maps, so I may have missed some of the commentary. So where it talks about the applicant's geographic region served, is that talking about where they would wish to deliver these services or where they traditionally deliver services?
This is where they will be delivering the services. Is how we ask on the application. Yeah.
Other questions?
So I'm trying to wrap my head around it too. And we do have an active grant with Elkton, so I'm going to abstain. So if Multnomah is requesting 12, there's no one that's offering it to that region. Is that right?
That will be correct. Yes.
Okay, I was just trying to wrap my head around that. And is there a limited number, like if all 5 of these won't get it because I'm missing like the thing we did with the others where this is how many you are looking to expand to and this is how many are applying. So what is the early learning division's hopes for applicant grantees?
Well within our hope. This was, I'd have to look up our actual funding, Robin, if we could, if I could do that quickly or maybe, but this amount does not exceed what we were anticipating. And, our goal was to, if providers had a need and were requesting it, that we would able to fulfill their request for services through a fiscal agent. And as Dana indicated earlier, the base funding for each of the grants is sort of that $5,000, but then the other funds for the grant are actually that a provider agrees to receive $250 less of their grant from the ELD. That is then reallocated into the fiscal agent. So it's really, you know, sort of for Preschool Promise and fiscal agent, they sort of go together because the slot allocation for Preschool Promise, some providers are choosing to potentially give that to a fiscal agent. So it doesn't increase the cost, you know, in our Preschool Promise distribution of funds. It's more of a sort of a shared service for providers who have requested it. I hope that answers the question. Okay.
So is the goal to come out with like a 3 out of 5, or like what is the, I don't understand like how we're scoring or ranking, and if the end goal is to come out with like a certain number of fiscal agents at the end of this process.
The goal is to score these 1 through 5 so that we have some information on what you think are sort of the higher quality. And then also, I think based on that, if there's any recommendations for Miriam, I think what, you know, you have 3 fiscal agents in front of you that are, or you have one that covers a few different, kind of overlaps in other potential service areas. So I think that would be a place for some discussion or some recommendation for Miriam in Eastern Oregon, because there are 3 different applicants who are interested in serving. One serving sort of, like I said, Danielle, an overlapping of the other 2. So I think that there's some conversation there. And then I think it was Jill and then Renee.
My question was, if a Preschool Promise grantee wanted to use a fiscal agent in a county that wasn't designated to serve the county that the Preschool Promise provider was in, could they do so?
Yeah. You know, and I think that's going to be something that we'll definitely add on the comments, right? Because right now what we're seeing is like the applicants are not quite matching the service area for the fiscal agents, right? I think, when we started this RFA was that purpose of like matchmaking, like, okay, Robin, let's match you with the hubs. You know, when we did ask applicants, because we also didn't want to like limit, because we're like, oh, maybe there's organizations that can do statewide, right, too. So I think now we're having like this little piece of data that with our RFA, we're going to do some thinking internally.
Renee, you were next, or is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. For the purposes of what we're being asked to do, it seems like the easiest ranking would be to identify, and I can't see it, it's just too small for me, but that summary box at the bottom, calling out how many Preschool Promise applicants in each county requested a fiscal agent, and then noting by those numbers how we would rank them 1 through 5, and then maybe a second consideration would be looking at their scores to see if there were some that were not as maybe not as ready to be a fiscal agent as others. But as I said, I just can't see all those numbers on the screen.
Okay, but I have the exact opposite, is that even if there were a lot of people, if it wasn't somebody really ready to do the work, I wouldn't want to rank. So that I hit it kind of the opposite way you did. That the first thing was, would they be good at this? Because we've never, nationally we have this shared services model, and this seems like it's kind of close to the concept of shared services, but we've not done, it didn't catch on in Oregon, even when we tried to push it through Spark. Anyway, so I would want the organization to be highly competent, and then I hope there was a match, but I would go the opposite direction you did, because this could blow up. Well, I don't know if you're supposed to say in a public meeting. It could blow up
because we can't eliminate anyone. We're only ranking them.
That's
so
right.
I think there is no perfect strategy, but if we went your way, Bobby, maybe that would at least give us an initial ranking, and then being able to match up those to see how that aligns with the number of applicants per county looking for a fiscal agent. I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. My question is, the three of the 5 are talking about the same geographic area. So when we talk about ranking them, it's kind of confusing to me. If all 3 got funded, there'd be the strip on the eastern side of Oregon that I guess to choose which fiscal, if they all got funded. So I guess, is that any concern of ours, or do we just rank them based on the information we have and trust that somebody else will sort out what happens when providers have multiple fiscal agents that they could contract with?
So I just want to make sure, Robin, did you want me to respond to that first, or do you want to go ahead and speak first? It's up to, I didn't know if you were responding to Bobby or not. So similarly to how we asked the review committee to rank the preschool promise provider applications, we're not asking you to decide which ones are receiving funding. We're asking you to, sort of look at the information provided and say, how would these rank, against each other? And then if there's any considerations that you would like us to capture in the notes, that we would move forward to the Early Learning Systems Director that might help make this, to help her understand the ranking, or that might be informative for her when she's thinking about which fiscal agents would be offered an award. So like I said, you're not having to decide, if all 3 that might be servicing one region getting in, that, yeah. So I think it's just sort of,
So we could make a comment that it seems problematic that some, and in some of the states they'd have 3 potential fiscal agents, but it's a comment. It does not affect how we rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just say one more thing on that. This is new for the Early Learning Division too, and so what we didn't want to do is restrict. We weren't sure which providers would be requesting fiscal agent services, and we thought there might be a need to have overlapping catchment areas for fiscal agents if a fiscal agent had a particular skill or specificity around a certain language or provider type that they were really could specialize in, and where maybe another fiscal agent in that same community could better serve other types of providers that were requesting fiscal agents. So like I said, we left it pretty open because we wanted to make sure that we could, like to Dana's point, kind of match make if needed. And there might be 2 different fiscal agents servicing the same geographical area just because of the fiscal agent's kind of specialization or skill. So sorry, Robin, that was a long.
Totally fine. I think it's helpful clarification, and I was going to just say something about Miriam's going to make the decision, and this is there's scores for us to go by, and I know I'm not ranking because I'm abstaining, so that's all I was going to say. It's good.
Danielle, did you have something?
I just add? Yeah, I was just noting that these aren't necessarily apples to apples comparisons. There are 2 ESDs and then there are 2 Head Starts and there's 1 charter, but there is one applicant who seems to have more of a diversity of experience in the early childhood realm and kind of already providing those services. So I do understand what our role is, but it almost seems like it's we're experimenting with this process. So I wonder, I just wonder about the benefit of it, especially, I know there is benefit, but I just have a question about the effort that we put into this aspect of it for something that's completely new and something that seems to need far more fiscal agents to even evaluate, because so many counties are not represented in the potential of need.
Sarah?
Thank you, Danielle.
I didn't know if either Glenn or if you saw the chat box at all.
We're not taking public comment, is that correct?
Oh, so
We
this
can't
is
take
public comment. Okay.
That is correct.
But I think one thing is that all of you, because right now we have this course, right? And I think it's up to the committee. We did provided each of you with a summary. It talks about like that the technical assistance and their experience, which I think that's where you can go ahead and get some of that information too. So I want to go. The tools are still available, some of the same tools that we had before, whether you want to pull up their application, pull up the summary, however you wish to, it's still applicable to this process too. So that's my little infomercial about that. So, but yeah.
This is a comment that I guess, I mean, the committee could discuss it, but what is striking me that only 58 of 265 applicants, and we don't know what of those 58 would be selected for funding. So my question is to the ELD is, it seems like this process taught a lot, but I think the feasibility of it is it should be taken into consideration. But that's just a comment. It has nothing to do with the job we're doing. But I'm struck that we don't know if any of those 58 will actually be selected. And so it's kind of, it feels like this is an experiment that we have a lot to learn from. But that and the lack of geographic match seemed like more thought.
Committee, really quick, I want to check in that it's 4 o'clock.
What?
I just want to check in really quickly and let you know that we're at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Renee?
Just that I agree with you, Bobby, and I'm wondering if perhaps as we go through the exercise, we just note that this feels, maybe premature because we don't have the outcomes of the preschool promise application selections, and that most likely this would need to be revisited. But I agree, it's a confusing task.
I think if I can just interject here. Oh, okay.
All I was going to say is, do we want to ask Dana to give us more information? But Gwen, why don't you go before we do that?
I guess I would like to say that maybe the information that we provided around the applicants who have requested sort of complicated this more than necessary. That these are applicants who have applied, took the time to apply, they submit an application to offer services to providers in the Preschool Promise program. And we knew that based on our timelines for the RFA and for grant awarding, that we needed to run these simultaneously, that it wasn't necessarily a perfect way to do it, but that if we had providers that were coming in to the program in July that we needed to have some support for them if they had requested a fiscal agent. So it was hard to know the chicken before the egg, I'll just say, right? But so we had an open RFA process, recognizing that some providers might need this service and would really appreciate it. So, but I think maybe what might be, sounds like it's confusing is knowing where providers are requesting the information. It seems to be making it more difficult. And if you were looking at the fiscal agents and the merits of their application and providing a ranking on that, and then sort of letting the ELD sort of figure out some of the challenges that, you know, with a new model presents, that might be, and if there's any recommendations to the ELD and to Miriam on that would be a way for us to kind of work through this.
Renee?
Thank you for that, Gwen. Given what Gwen just said, I'd like to make a first suggestion for ranking. Given that 4 of the 5 are representing different geographic areas and have very close scores, my suggestion would have that to be a non-competitive rank of 1 for Malheur ESD, Harney ESD, Elkton Charter School, Klamath Head Start, and to have Umatilla Moro Head Start, which has a substantially lower score, as number 2.
Okay, thoughts?
Seems like a very logical approach.
Other thoughts? So, if I understand the proposal, it's that we eliminate 1 and recommend that all forward no ranking. It's just kind of binary. We recommend 4.
I wasn't recommending that we eliminate because I don't think that's within our scope.
That's not one of our choices. Okay.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out, we only have a binary then, a 1 and a 2. So that's what I was trying to figure out. What are we saying if we say 1 and 2? That we just consider them equal? Maybe that's.
We had that.
They represent different geographic areas and their scores were also almost the same, whereas the one that I suggested a ranking of 2 had a very low score and overlapping counties served.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Okay. Do you want to turn, is there more discussion before we consider a motion? Or should we just keep going with, move it forward as a motion? Maybe I'll ask it another way. Does anyone have a different proposal on how to rank? Okay, then Renee, can you make that into a motion that the group can consider?
I move that the committee accept the ranking for the fiscal agents as presented.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks to both of you. Okay, we're in discussion of the motion. Anybody have thoughts to add? I think we are ready to take the roll, Quinn, on the motion to accept the ranking as proposed.
Okay. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan,
Abstain.
Robin Hill Dunbar,
Abstain.
Carissa Palmer,
Yes.
Jill Ramirez,
Yes.
Bobby Weber.
Yes. So, and we have one absence, I think, and two abstentions, and the rest votes are yes, and there are no no's. So the motion passes, and the recommendation moves forward.
Thank you. Bobby, I just want to make sure that Kelly was able to get who it was. Renee with the motion, and Kelly, did you need to capture the second on that? Who seconded the motion, or are you all set?
No, I did capture that. Sarah seconded the motion. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Great. Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I know we were getting a little patch. Okay.
Renee did a wonderful job of describing the logic, the rationale for the vote. And Kelly, were you able to capture that? Because I think that makes the vote make sense.
Yes, I was able to capture the logic behind that. I missed who made the motion to begin with, and then I was distracted for just a moment, but I did get all the reasoning behind that.
Okay, thank you so much. Because I hadn't gotten it, and I was so grateful to you, Renee, when you were clear. So, okay, so
wow.
We are at, we're turning it over to Dana and Gwen. I think our work is done.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of work to give yourselves that was a huge lift. The ELD cannot thank all of you enough for your time, your commitment, not only to the process, but to children and families in Oregon and the providers who spent so much time preparing the applications and submitting them to us. So thank you for doing all of them a great service. So all we wanted to do was to kind of wrap up, let you know what's to come. And oh, and I should also thank the public who joined us and provided public testimony as well. We really appreciate that in the process. So we've been sharing the slide with you frequently, but so we've gone through the review committee public meetings at the bottom. It is the 22nd. We are wrapping this up. And now the ELD will take all of this information that you've provided to us over the last 3 days and create the minutes for the meetings, and then also all of the materials that will go into the recommendation that's presented to Miriam. So letting you know that. And so Dana, if you can go to the next slide, please, thank you. I know this is a lot of words and we'll make sure you have it. So we have the ELD, like I said, we'll be preparing the minutes and then we need to secure your approval on those minutes. So we will be reaching out to you. We'll try to get those turned around quickly. There is a 3-day weekend before us. So, but I envision that we'll have those out to you by the end of next week so that you can be reviewing them and with some time to make sure that we captured your thoughts and recommendation as intended. And then all of the materials we've posted. And for that, I don't think we'll need to meet again unless there's any, like, I think we can do everything via email. And then upon the approval of the committee, the final meeting minutes will be placed on the ELD. So we're going to do draft and then final posted. And then we'll be preparing all the other materials for the early learning systems director Miriam book. Did I capture all that? Yep, I got it, didn't I? Thank you, Dana. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and at the bottom though, I think sorry, Dana's ready to get me out of here. Sorry, Dana. At the bottom, I just want to, Bobby, this is a point for you, just that the ELD staff, that we have to secure your authorization prior to transmittal of all the documents to Miriam. So I just want to let you know that we'll be in touch with you and just making sure that you and in the role of chair that that the ELD staff that you've been working with the last 3 days have been able to capture and represent this committee's work accurately. Okay, Dana, next slide.
Okay.
Thank you. And then once all that goes to Miriam, then the timelines, Miriam, or I should just use the early learning system director, will review all the recommendations and will make final decisions on funding. And all of those will be announced on our website on June 5th. That's our target date. And then for any potential applicants who have been listening in, there is an appeal process after the awards are announced. And so applicants will have 15 days to appeal any process, and they will need to submit that appeal in writing to the Early Learning Council. It doesn't go to this review committee. This review committee has done their job. The Early Learning Council will handle any appeals for the awards, and appeals must be sent to the address there. I'll read that out loud. 700 Summer Street Northeast, Salem, Oregon 97301. So that is the next steps and just kind of wrapping that up. So, any questions from the committee on the next steps or your role in it? Well, then, Bobby, I turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, I would just like to say what an honor it was. Some of you I've met and worked with before. Some of you, this is the first time I've ever gotten the opportunity to work with you. And I'm grateful for each of you and in doing this work. It was, it felt like an honor to work with you. So and the staff, I can't say enough positive things about how well the committee has been supported from the beginning to the end. So, and for the public, that I was impressed how many people joined us, and that's a commitment to children and families. So I guess I just feel gratitude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And
thank you.
Thank you all very much. And so, Bobby, are you adjourning this review committee?
I am, and I hope everybody has a great weekend. Have a great holiday. Okay.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Thank you, Carissa. Thank you, Danielle.
All right. Thank you, ladies,
Bye.
for everything. You guys have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.